open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with the mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey, it is FROMacademy Friday, an extra late edition. Sorry about the wait. Just never know how my days are gonna go now. It's unpredictable, and I have to put my self-care first. So I'm doing that, and I have to be late sometimes, unfortunately. But at least we're here, and Doc will be joining us momentarily. We were a little more than an hour late. Sorry, we intended it to be an hour, but I had to do some more walking to get my pain under control. Hey, Carl. We should have Doc joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing all right. Waiting for my food to heat up. I'm going to be eating during the live, but it's not loud. It's nothing crunchy, so I should be able to pull it off.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna share with us what you're partaking
in? Ravioli, a nice quiet thing to eat.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
I had some barbecue chicken earlier.
Oh, I love barbecue chicken. Nice.
Very nice.
So, let's see who was here earlier. This was when we were supposed to start. Kelly was in here. Hi Kelly, if you're still here. And Doc said he was literally repeatedly rewinding the last FROMacademy to keep listening to the song. It's such a good song. I have it in my head all the time. Grant really created a bop. It's unbelievably good. It's catchy. It's just it's like an earworm. It sticks in your head so much.
Is there any way we could release it as a standalone video?
I actually, I keep forgetting that I can upload it by itself, and I keep meaning to do it and forgetting. I'm gonna upload that
Right.
to my channel, so it'll just be there. Yeah,
Right on.
actually, that would be a good way to. There's something on my channel, like when you have a channel, you can have an intro video like on your main page. That I could use
Oh,
that.
it's like a trailer for your channel, I think, right?
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna definitely do that. It's
Because they
awesome.
don't, they don't dive like us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's it. That's right. They don't dive like us. Uh, um, Kelly, thank you for the kind words. Doc had said that that I needed to walk longer due to my pain because I was struggling, and she said I hope the pain lessens for her soon. That's very kind. Kelly is a lovely person. All of you people are just so lovely. I appreciate you all.
We've got the best fam. Period.
Yes, 100%. Mm-hmm. Tony was here. I pushed it back an hour. Yeah. Tony runs late too, but I've got him beat on the lateness factor. Yeah, he doesn't push things back a whole hour. But yeah. Yeah. Hey Tony, if you're still listening. And Doug was here too, starting at 1 a.m. now, for fuck's sake. Sorry. Yeah. Damn, I wish I hadn't missed Doug. I'm sure he's in bed sleeping now. But well, he's not going anywhere. I know From is filming now, so like we were thinking, oh well, he's gonna be disappearing. Like when I heard From was gonna be filming in June, I thought, oh well, he's gonna be gone for a really long time, probably starting in June, but that's not how it works. I'm not really knowledgeable about how the industry works, but I get it now. Like they don't need everybody at once, especially if you're not in the main, like the lead cast. They don't need you there the whole time, and they don't need everyone there immediately. So he's not going anywhere as of now. We'll let you know when he does need to leave to shoot something. We have to keep, he has to keep what he's doing confidential though. So when he needs to go away for any particular reason, we will just say it's that. As we will just say he's going to be leaving for a while. He's going to be busy shooting stuff, and everything, all the details, everything about it has to be confidential. He can't share anything about it with us, and we're not going to ask him or badger him about any of that stuff. So suffice it to say, he's not going anywhere as of now, and we'll let you know when he is not going to be available for a while, and we'll have to phrase it that way, basically.
And I mean, he's not going to be gone that long. I mean, how long does it take to rip people's throats out? I mean, it's just like, zip, zap, zoom,
Yeah, exactly. It's a quick job, and in and out, done. So So anyway, my point in saying all this is my long-winded point. There will be hopefully lots more opportunities for Doug to come on and hang out with us both before and after whatever the next project that he shoots. And I'm gonna have to talk about it in vague terms like that now, FYI. We don't want Doug to get in any kind of trouble with the people the people running things. So hi Doc, hi Scarlet.
Hello.
Greetings, dear denizens of planet Dirt.
I'm extra dirty tonight, Doc.
Hola.
Extra dirty.
Yeah.
¿Cómo estás?
Thank you for, huh?
Muy bien.
Thank you for your patience and flexibility with starting late. I'm so sorry about that, and thanks for still wanting to do this, because I really didn't want to cancel, Doc.
Oh, no worries at all. It allowed me to grab more images and also tweak a section too, because I realized it was missing some important stuff. And
okay.
Yeah. This isn't going to be as comprehensive as I hoped. It'd be impossible for me to. It'd be impossible for me to fit all of that in. But I am proud of all the information that I pulled together, and I think that we have a pretty interesting program for everyone tonight. And we're going to be digging into a lot of, well, I feel like I'm privileged because I have so many great minds and theorists to work with to kind of like point me in the right direction. And so I just want to get that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's everyone doing?
Well, I completely agree with you. It's amazing how many theorists we have in this community with great ideas. Scarlet, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tired. I fell asleep. I woke back up before this happened.
Yeah.
I was talking on Fayfire's live because Fayfire also only showed up. She's a Yellow Jackets channel. So I was talking to her while I was waiting. That was fun.
Oh, cool.
That's actually a fitting name for tonight's program.
Ah.
While we delve into we do a deep dive into the rabbit holes of folklore.
Yeah.
Whoa, dive deep, dive deep.
Yes.
Yeah,
so,
Fayfire does a lot of Arthurian stuff too. That's kind of her vibe. So maybe we'll touch on some of that.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure we'll touch something.
So
Hey, now that's my keys.
You're what?
I think you're reaching for something else, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Julie, did I tell you I saw Mackie last night? He came into the chat last night.
Oh, really?
Oh, Mackie?
Oh, yeah. We've been missing Mackie.
Yeah. I had to ring the bell for him because he entered the chat. I was like, what? What's that?
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I guess all the conjuring, you just have to conjure enough.
Yeah.
You haven't lost it, is what I'm saying. The witchy vibe has not been lost. It's just been delayed.
Good to know. All right. just been delayed a little bit.
He's not dead, so good. Yay.
Yeah, I was a little worried.
I was worried too.
Yeah. By the way, Doug also said, sigh while I was going to hang out, but that's a bit too long a wait for me. Pity, I hear that season 3 finale is really something. Yeah. I think we've gone over those 47 seconds ad nauseum, but there's a million other things to talk about with Doug. That's why we love having him on. So hopefully next week we can have him back on again. And it's always so much fun. And as of now, we have not heard anything about him needing to go anywhere. So next week, guessing will work. And let's see what else is here. Michael. Hey, Michael. He was in the chat saying good night to Doug. And Doug's had some leads lately. There's a lead on a possible production of his latest play, which is amazing. And if that happens, then he can get it published. So we're cheering him on 100%. I second what Doc said there. Steven said, I just swallowed my talisman so that I'm always protected. Oh, sweetie, it doesn't work that way. As that waitress monster who said that? No, it was a librarian monster.
No. We can make this work. We just need to hang Steven up on the wall. We got this.
Yep.
And my man Critter's in the house. Hey, Critter.
Hey, Critter. Nice to see you. Where's Critter? Down here somewhere near the end. Where's Critter? Oh,
yeah,
Critter.
But he's my best buddy, so I had to say hi.
Oh, of course. Hi, Critter. We love Critter. Critter is a sweetheart. Hello, just me. Nice to see you as always. What else here? Kimberly. Hi, Kimberly. She said I had an experience with seeing a man in a white suit in San Diego. Oh, interesting. So maybe that's so cool. Unfortunately, that was way before knowing of the man in yellow. Huh. Yeah, white suits are unusual too. You don't see that every day. I've
been wondering what that street performer is doing nowadays, if he's still like kicking. And it's possible that he upgraded his suit.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what he's doing these days. It's just a sad story. But anyway, yeah, the only person I can think of who's in like a white suit. Didn't Colonel Sanders wear a white suit? I think he
Yeah.
did. Yeah. Stevens definitely did need to break out the sacrificial virgin chicken of summoning. Yes. We needed that again tonight. Oh, I love it. This is so funny. You had Peter typing Julie B in all caps. You guys are sweet. I love that song so much. I love that song.
I woke up to it stuck in my head.
Oh, that happens to me all the time. It's so catchy. We love you too, Dieter. Sorry that you're struggling so much, and hope you feel better, and maybe this can cheer you up a little bit. And no, I'm never gonna leave. At least not of my own free will. I hope I never get to a point where my pain is so bad that I can't do this anymore. But as of now, I have no plans of going anywhere. And we love you too, Dieter. So, what else here? Kimberly wanted to drop a like and send her love. That's really sweet of her. Lovely Kimberly. The sacrificial virgin chicken of summoning has been dispatched and added to the fried rice of deep diving. Expect her greatness. I added shrimp too, so I hope that doesn't fuck up the summoning. Oh, Steve, you're so funny. It never gets old. And it worked, yeah. So you summoned us. We're here. You summoned me. What else? The song is addictive. It's a damn good song. Like, this could be a hit song. I'm serious. Like, it's amazing.
Oh,
This,
I have some thoughts on that too, actually.
yeah.
We'd have to pass it by Grant, but there are like easy like self-distributing things that you can like do that are actually really inexpensive, and you could put the song on like Spotify, iTunes, all those things, and it would accrue royalties and whatnot, and you could use that to help fund your channel.
Oh.
And now we have a bunch of people with talent musically here in our community, in our little family, and we have actually we have more than I can name actually right now. And I don't know, maybe a bunch of us could contribute a track and put together like a Julie B Deep Dives Fromely album. And I think you probably have to put it out yourself. We'd have to like probably sign over the songs to you or something. I don't know. But this way you could just take in the money directly, so none of us have to pass it to you. We can discuss all that stuff some other time.
Oh, that's so interesting. Yeah, I already have a few songs that people have made me, actually. I have some awesome songs. The only reason I haven't put them on like the live and used them is because I didn't have anything like a video to set them to. Like, I need like something, I don't know. I need to figure out some way that I can incorporate these other awesome songs that people have made me. I have one from Mackie Vals. He was the first one to send me a song. Amy has made me like 2 songs, and I think somebody else too. You, what am I saying, Doc? You did. Like, oh yeah, who else did it? Yeah, it was you, Doc. You made me an awesome song too. And I'd like to do something with all these songs. And I already have the makings of an album right here, like, and then Grant's song on top of it. Yeah. So that's an awesome idea. I love that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's also so sweet of you to think of that. So yeah, we'll have to.
It occurred to me because I was thinking this needs to be on like Spotify or something. This way people can listen to it easily, because I know other people must have it stuck in their heads. And if it's on there, then it's gonna accrue royalties to someone. So I don't know. I figured it might as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, seriously, like, I think it should be on Spotify. It's that good. It is a bop. It sounds like a hit song. And it doesn't sound like a carbon copy of Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar. It's inspired by it. It's using a similar sound. That's what he fed into the AI, but it's not like,
It's also kind of parody at the same time.
yeah,
I love it.
yeah,
It's very tongue in cheek with the humor, dark humor. It's perfect.
yes. And it's not a carbon copy of Not Like Us, but it has a similar style, and it's like taking inspiration from Not Like Us and Kendrick Lamar, which I love so much. That's why he did it. So yeah, I love it. So yeah, we should look into that. That song is so addictive. Yes, Kimberly, it is extremely addictive. Who was it that said that she wakes up? Where is it? I saw something here in the chat, and I highlighted it. I mean, I starred it. Kelly said, "I find myself singing it all the time." Right? It is an earworm. It is so catchy. I hear it going around on a loop in my head all the time. Steve said the sacrificial virgin chicken of summoning has been dispatched and added to the fried rice of deep diving. Oh, I read that one. Yep. I fucking love that whole scheme you got going there. I love that, the virgin chicken of summoning, and it works. You know, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like the lyrics to the song are, they stick in your head. The tune sticks in your head, and it's crazy to me though to think that it's in other people's heads and it's about my channel. It's just so weird to me. And people out there play this, like they make this a part of your routine.
Well, it's about us as a community. I mean, it doesn't say dives like you, it's dives like us.
And I love that. I love that.
So and because I feel like this community has become so central to my life the past few months, it's like a theme song for the community, and
It is.
it really vibes with me in my life right now. I love it.
Yes. I love that about it, because we all are locked in and engaging in these collaborative theory crafting sessions and discussions. I mean, that's why I highlight so much of the chat. I highlight so many comments, because it is about us. It's not about me up here preaching and, rattling off theories. I'm engaging with the chat. We're having a conversation. I'm engaging with the panel. It's about all of us. I love that he made it that way. And yes, it's just crazy to me that, but this song that's about my channel and our community is just out there and in people's heads and whatnot. It's crazy. Surreal to think about. Hey, Cozy Gaming Hub. Nice to see a new name in the chat. Hello. Welcome. I don't know if you're a lurker or if you're new, but we do this every week. Normally earlier than this. It's supposed to start at 12:30 a.m. and we dive into a different From related topic for FROMacademy every single Friday. And Wednesdays, we've been doing our regular series with Doc Hughes, the Man in Yellow, where he comes on and we have fun conversations about his life and his career and all his fun stories. And we also talk theories with him, From theories. We are going to get back to the From rewatch, by the way, soon. I know I keep saying that, but we are going to do it. It's just a matter of fitting it in. And I'd like to have Doug join us as much as he can before he has to go off and shoot his next project. We don't know when that's going to happen. So if I have to make a choice between that and doing the rewatch, I vote for Doug, because the rewatch, there's plenty of time for that. We have loads of time to finish the rewatch before the next season. Laura Butler, nice to see you. Always nice to see you. Hope you're doing well and everyone else is doing well tonight. Greetings, Miss J. Nice to see you and your partner, Mr. Grant Gregory, the creator of that amazing song and video. Love it. Hope you guys are doing well. Bill Chill, greetings all. And Pandecolima, this was before Doc joined. This is when it was just us. Nice to see you, Bill. Steve said, I'm eating too. We can have dinner together, Julie. Yes. And Mr. Grit said, I deep fry ravioli. Ooh, I've never had fried ravioli. That sounds good, though. I haven't had a lot of, like, you can deep fry almost anything, and I don't eat a lot of fried food. but I bet that would be delicious. It's a good thing I never got a taste for any of that kind of stuff though, because yeah, it sounds addictive. Some of it is weird though. I wouldn't want to eat a fried Oreo, but people do. Sorry, it's just not for me. Samuel, hi. He said spaghetti assassina. What? Spaghetti assassina? Fried spaghetti? I've never heard of that. Interesting. Grant said they will film all of Doug's scenes at once, so he'll probably be gone for a few weeks, and they will most likely let him know just beforehand. Yeah, I'm guessing that's true, Grant. Just do it all at once rather than make him leave and come back or hang around for months when they don't need him all the time. Yeah. Yeah, he'll just be murdering anyway. Quick shots. Yeah. Honestly, it's very hard to imagine what they're going to do with him, how they're going to incorporate his character. So it's a huge mystery. At least 2 minutes of screen time for Doug this season. Yeah, let's hope it'll be even more. God, I hope so. Dieter, I'm really sorry you're struggling so much. And no need to be active. You just hang out as much as you can, and we're all here for you. Just hang in there, and just come in when you can. No pressure. Don't feel obligated to do anything. You do so much for this channel and the Discord and for me. Hey, Bush Logic. It's 8 a.m. in South Africa. Wait, are you in South Africa for real? That's awesome. I've seen Bush Logic in the chat before. I didn't know that. That's so cool. Yeah, if anyone else I'm always curious to know where people are from. Yeah, let us know where you guys are from. That's awesome. I mean, it doesn't have to be another country. I like to hear wherever you're at in the US too. It just trips me out to think of how we're coming together from locations all over the country and all over the world in this space. It's wild. Michael said, hey, I think I heard my name, had my sound turned down for a sec. Yes, I was saying hi. Saying hi, Michael. Let's see. Let me catch up really quick so we can get started here. Steve said, what if that street performer in the yellow suit was actually Doug years ago? Oh, maybe it was him. 14 likes. Yes, please like the stream. Carl, thank you for reminding me. I always forget to ask people to please like the stream. That comment reminded me. It helps people find us. If you do that, it does help with the algorithm. So please hit the like button. I don't have a fancy little crazy graphic with a bunch of thumbs like Koala T Reacts to really get people's attention. But I'll try to verbally remind people when I can. What else here? Anything else I need to highlight before we get started? Michael said, sign me up. Though I think technically Suno claims the copyright on free songs not made on pro paid account. No idea whether they enforce it or not. Oh, okay. Yeah, Michael is amazing with the songs he creates related to From on Suno. So we would love that if you would want to participate and we do something like this.
Well,
yeah.
I wondered about that. There might be some vagueness with that. So you might be able to pay the $10 for the 1 month and then download it again and download a new file of it just in case they tag those and then use that one. Because I think once you're subscribed, you can use from all of your catalog. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe check with that. Check on that.
I'll have to look into that. Bill Chill said K. Jules EP album. Yeah, I could include some of my ridiculous rapping on there. No, it's definitely not. But I did promise Jeter that I would record myself rapping Not Like Us by Kendrick, the entire song. And I still haven't done it, but I will. I promise. I will get to it. And I'll let him share it around in Discord too. I'm not gonna do it on the live stream or anything, but if people want to hear it, I'll give him permission to share it in Discord. Me embarrassing myself.
Actually, Michael, remix the song after you subscribe, and then you have that one. You don't even have to worry about workarounds.
Yeah, good idea. Hey, it's Mia. It's Mia. Speaking of Koala Tea Reacts, who I was just talking about, just referenced a minute ago. She's from Koala Tea's lovely community. Mia, as he says. So nice to see you. Hi, hope all is well with you too. He has an amazing community. Like, we talk about how much we love this community here. Everyone is so kind. It's the same with Koala's group, the Koalaholics. They even have a similar name. We're the Fromaholics, and they're the Koalaholics. It's like, just imagine our community just bigger. You know, he's got more people because he's got like 20. He's closing in on 30,000 subs. If he hasn't already hit it, I'm not sure. I think he's close. So he gets, you know, like sometimes up to, I've seen up to 300 people in his chat before, and everyone is so kind. Every once in a while you'll get some troll who's being rude, but it's extremely rare. Everyone is so kind and supportive of each other, and it's like a family over there. It's beautiful. It's just like the family we have here. So yeah, it's another great place to hang out if you love rap music and Kendrick Lamar. Check out Quality Reacts, because you'll feel the same love over there too. The vibe is positive and supportive of everybody. Can't recommend that enough. And it's also a blast. It's hilarious. Grant said, "Wow, I didn't think it meant so much to people. I just wanted to make a song for my friend." Aw. Yeah, people love it, Grant. It does mean a lot to us. So it was such a kind thing to do for me. It was so kind. I was having a rough time as usual, but maybe a rougher time than average. And he said, "I think this will cheer you up. I have something that I think will cheer you up." And he played it for me before a live, and it was just such a sweet surprise. Really kind of him to do that. He's one of the many awesome friends I've made. An awesome friend that I would never have met if it wasn't for this channel, and I feel very fortunate that I found all of you guys. So let's see what else here. Dieter streamed season 1 episode 1 and season 3 episode 10 of From in the Discord earlier. That's cool. That was a great idea that you had. David said try battered and deep fried Mars bars. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I bet anything fried would probably be good. This sounds so odd to me to fry chocolate. And you're welcome, Dieter. I'm glad this can be some therapy for you. Michael said, "I believe you own things created while using a pro account that said one could create a derivative or extended or remix version and then own that one, I think." Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Yes. Dieter said, "I'll sell the
Also,
rap song." Sorry, go ahead, Doc.
also too, I believe, unless it's changed recently, I haven't been keeping tabs on this stuff anymore. But we cannot currently copyright the direct output of what it gives us. We have to tweak it a little bit before we can actually technically copyright it. Otherwise, it's more like there's like it can be contested as to whether it's public domain or whether you can copyright it for yourself. So, I mean, we can still put things out. Obviously, people do. There's plenty of that stuff on Spotify, but other people can still probably go and use it, and you're going to have a hard time fighting them on it. That's like the thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good to know. Well, we'll have to look into this further. Dieter said, I'll sell the song you rap, $5 each, and you don't embarrass yourself. Trust me, I'm not great at rapping, but it's fun. It's a fun thing to, like, I'm proud of myself when I'm able to memorize all the rap lyrics to a song. Yes, Mia is from Quality Reacts, and that's how he always says her name. That's why I said it like that. He sings songs. It's like a sing-songy thing. He said, "I love that community. I don't listen to rap. I just joined because Julie likes you guys." Yeah, and they're such kind people. So he hangs out over there in the chat. Hey, all, nice to catch you live finally. Hey, I don't know if you've ever seen From, but you should. This is what we discuss on Friday nights. It's the MGM Plus series From, and it's in my opinion, the best show on TV, and it's a really fun mystery box thing where you can try to figure out what's going on and come up with theories. It's very supernatural kind of thing, kind of a mixture of horror, sci-fi, thriller, psychological thriller. It's even got humor in it. So highly recommend it, Mia. If you haven't watched it, I can't recommend that show enough. Yes, hashtag Fromily. Yes. Yeah, Trace, hey, nice to see you. And is that it? I think I'm pretty much caught up now. Yes. And also Fromelia. Yes. We've got Fromelia, Fromily, and Fromaholics. All of it is under the same umbrella. We're all the same family though. So let's get started. So Doc, which like I forget now the overarching
Yeah, my
topic we're gonna discuss.
apologies. Oh, okay. Well, we are going to be discussing the folklore and potential inspirations behind the nightmare creatures, or at least a good amount of it.
So
And
this is is this the third? I forget. Is this the I think this
all
is
right,
the third or the fourth week of our Nightmare Creatures series.
this is our third.
Third week.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We've got we've got like so much material that who knows how long we'll keep it going, but we'll keep the theme going as long as we have to get through it, because there's so much to dive into when it comes to the nightmare creatures. So,
Indeed.
and it just sparks so many great conversations and theory discussions. So, yeah, we'll
They're
just
kind of
keep this
central to
going.
the mystery.
It is. Yeah, it is. Like that's the whole reason that everything is happening is because those monsters were people who sacrificed their kids. That was the start of it all. So, absolutely. Um, so yeah, so we're gonna, rather than just kind of grope around and just pick random things. Yeah, I think it's smart that we you just zero in on this one one aspect of the topic, and then eventually we will get to theories that have been posted in our FROMacademy channel in the Discord. So that will be coming. So we'll discuss Robert's theories and Nick L's theories. Then we'll let you know. We'll let you guys know when we do that, and also I'll put in timestamps so that they can find them too. But this week we're going to be focusing on the folklore and possible inspirations behind the nightmare creatures.
Right. So this does lightly touch into theory territory, because there are a lot of theories about that tie into folklore, which is going to be the primary topic of tonight. It's folklore, and actually fairies, believe it or not. Some people might have already suspected that there's a lot in this show that's tied to fae folklore, especially the whole pocket dimension, messing with people's minds, stealing people away to a pocket dimension fairy world. I can go on, which I will.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think honestly, like, even with the revelations that we've come up with, that we've received from the show, that doesn't necessarily negate the whole fae theory, because the monsters themselves, these people could have been turned into a form of fae, and if not literally fae, they could, the inspiration to create these things could have been derived partly from fae. Fae, for one thing, fae, they take people's things and they live underground, or do they live underground? I forget, Doc.
Many do. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now where I want to start is actually with some biology terms, actually. I want to discuss well, the first two are biology terms. First one that I want to discuss is When separate organisms evolve similar traits, it's called convergent evolution. This occurs when unrelated species independently develop similar characteristics due to adapting to similar environments or ecological niches. Similarly, there is parallel evolution. It is the similar development of a trait in distinct species that are not closely related, but share a similar origin trait, in response to a similar evolutionary pressure. Like the crab body, for example. There are a lot of crustaceans and other creatures that have that crab body shape that are not crabs because evolutionary pressures for organisms, for some reason, it's a really good body structure for certain evolution or certain environmental niches. Um, Next is anthropomorphism. It's the attribution of human traits, emotions, or intentions to non-human entities. It is considered to be an innate tendency of human psychology. Personification is the related attribution of human form and characteristics to abstract concepts such as nations, emotions, natural forces, seasons, weather. Both have ancient roots as storytelling and artistic devices, and most cultures have traditional fables with anthropomorphized animals as characters. People have also routinely attributed human emotions and behavioral traits to wild as well as domesticated animals.
Mm-hmm.
Personification. And then there's personification, which is a type of figurative language in which non-human subjects or objects, animals, or abstract ideas are described as having human qualities such as emotions, actions, or intentions. Writers use personification to create vivid imagery and emotional resonance in their work. And these are going to be kind of important things to kind of think about as we're going through our discussion. Because we're kind of see and look at how a lot of different things converge and inspire the creation of new pieces of literary work or new myths. So, for
Mm-hmm.
example, convergent evolution in literature and folklore, the independent development of similar themes, structures, or motifs across culturally and historically distinct traditions due to universal human experiences and needs. So, in literature and folklore, convergent evolution would be the independent development of similar themes, structures, and motifs across culturally and historically distinct traditions due to universal human experiences and needs. And then parallel evolution in literature and folklore would be the development of similar literary styles, themes, or forms by different authors or movements sharing a common cultural or historical context without direct influence.
Okay. So,
All right. So getting that part out of the way, um,
mm-hmm.
I know that sounds a little bit unrelated, but I feel like that little introduction is going to help us understand things moving forward. So
Mm-hmm.
now, Julie, do you have access to the folder I sent you before?
Yep, I've got it.
All right, cool. So I'm going to From Faith Folklore.
Mm-hmm. Right here.
All right. So now, sorry, sitting down. All right. So we're going to delve into theories and evidence suggesting that various forms of fairies or fae folklore heavily inspired aspects of the television series From. We're also going to dive into a couple of others, such as H.P. Lovecraft. And if we have time, we can dig into some of the vampire stuff a little bit, and I can talk about how that overlaps. Now, while not claiming this is a definitive one-to-one explanation for mystery of the show, I do think that a lot of this stuff served as inspiration, or at least was kind of just out there and kind of came in through osmosis of sorts. So
Mm-hmm.
now, the working definition of fae that we're going to use is a broad, westernized umbrella term. I think a lot of people, when they hear the word fairy, they're thinking of like Tinkerbell or something. But a lot of the older myths were not like that. If in a lot of places and a lot of times, if a child was to say, "I want to see a fairy," then you would tell them no. And then that would be a terrible thing. Be careful what you wish for. Uh, so it serves as an umbrella term that encompasses a wide array of supernatural beings from diverse cultures. It originates from the Latin word fata, meaning fate, and is associated with enchantment due to the perceived ability of these beings to influence destiny. The concept of fey-like entities developed independently across numerous cultures worldwide, suggesting a universal human fascination with beings that bridge the natural and supernatural realms. Historically, these beings serve to explain the inexplicable, um, and humans have this tendency to anthropomorphize, things that they don't understand, and weather, um, luck, and so we have this tendency to make up these entities out of it and give them kind of like a human form. And so these are kind of what the umbrella term refers to as fae. Now, this is kind of controversial. There are a lot of people that are like, "Hey, I don't like that being from my folklore or from my religion to be considered under this westernized term as a fairy," but it is an umbrella term that's used. Uh, so
Hmm,
yeah, wanted to
interesting.
get that little what do you call it? Warning out of the way.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't realize that like this is a concept that actually like this mythical creature, this mythical being actually exists in so many different cultures. I had no idea.
Oh
Fascinating.
yeah, it's pretty much in every culture as far as I can tell. There's some sort of uh, like anthropomorphized being that has some sort of magical qualities to it, are usually hidden in some way, um, and often used to explain different phenomena. We even have it here in Fall River. The Wampanoags, they have the puckwudgie, which is sort of like a, like a like I don't know, maybe 3 foot or 2 foot tall goblinoid like creature with porcupine quills that come out of its back. It's actually also considered a local cryptid because people to this day still claim to see them. I know someone who says his brother saw one at night one time, went out to Fall River Wildlife Reservation, because people like to hang out there at night. And there's a that place has a rich history with dark stuff, unfortunately. Uh, we had an actual satanic cult here. I think it was in the 80s or 70s. They did a lot of terrible things, and it was actually a real satanic cult. It's one of the few instances of that being a thing that terrorized a city.
Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so
But yeah, so there's like the Persian Peri, Greek demons and nymphs,
yeah.
nymphs, Norse Disir and elves, Japanese Yosei and Yokai,
Mm-hmm.
North American indigenous trickster gods, often depicted as coyotes, Slavic Vila and Billy. Although I think there's sometimes lesser like if they're not like full deities, like entities in between will sometimes be classified, and that's where sometimes people will get like aggravated and upset. Um, for example, like there's some people don't like the jinn being considered fae, but there are a lot of people that classify jinn as under that umbrella term of fae because you know they're tied to an active religion. So it can be upsetting for some people, but not everyone. Um, and then
Right.
we have jinn and Aladdin made by Disney, and that's like a Tinkerbell version of the jinn.
Yeah, yeah. um, that most people until I discovered this show, I had no idea about this mythology regarding fae. So yeah, I would have been one of those people who hears the term fairy and thinks of Tinkerbell, and a genie. It's the same thing. I would think of the genie from Aladdin, and and it's nothing like that at all. An actual djinn is not a warm and fuzzy thing. It's a kind of a trickster, and you get your wish, but then it would cause something terrible to happen. Like
Oh
Tony
yeah.
always uses the example, like it backfires on you, like the monkey's paw. And Tony always uses the example, like you'd wish for $1,000,000 and open the door, and million bucks run through your house, like meaning deer. And it's so I really I honestly think that the entity that made these creatures, I mean, they made these humans into these creatures, could be a djinn, like Tony has said, because that's the kind of thing that happens. You get what you wish for, but it backfires in a big way. They were wishing for immortality, and they were turned into these horrific creatures.
Oh yeah,
So,
there's a lot of overlap there. We're gonna actually dig a little bit more into that a little bit later. And you're also touching upon something that's very common with Fae is deal-based magic, which we'll also touch upon a little bit more in depth. Um, but yeah, it's the term Fae is often rooted in European folklore, but specifically the old French Fae. Its application to non-European myths is debated due to the risk of cultural oversimplification. Um, Yet it's still a useful comparative tool. Some of the core characteristics of Fae-like beings often include supernatural otherworldly nature, existing in realms parallel to human reality, magical abilities frequently used to interact with humans, such as granting wishes, casting illusions, or causing mischief, strong connection to nature, often tied to forests, mountains, water, or ancient mounds, and ambiguous interactions with humans, ranging from benevolent to malevolent or capricious, often depending on human behavior or cultural narratives. They often are described as being chaotic evil or chaotic neutral.
okay. Yeah. So so it's not just one particular thing. It's different depending on the culture, and it's fascinating.
Even over
Yeah.
time,
Mhm.
like researching Queen Mab um, last night, uh, the myths and folklore around her really changed after I can't remember which work she first appeared in Shakespeare's works. Someone in the audience might know, but when Shakespeare started writing about Queen Mab, that name started becoming associated, it seemed, with um, other fairy queens that already existed in folklore, or that either didn't have a name or people couldn't remember the name of, and so they said Mab. It became part of the culture.
Right. Yeah. Um, and people do tend to, like, and people throughout history, like if there's things that they didn't understand, yeah, they would, like, as you were explaining, come up with some kind of being, or there's some kind of anthropomorphic. I always have trouble saying that, anthropomorphic um being. Um and yeah, and all of this applies to the monsters. Like, I'm reading this description here, and this really fits well with the nightmare creatures. You know, magical abilities such as granting wishes, casting illusions. I mean, that's a big one. Illusions are a huge theme of the show. Illusions
Glamour
that was
magic.
illusions. That word was written on Julie's shirt for a reason early in season 1 in the beginning. Um, and causing mischief. Well, we know they do that. A strong connection to nature. Well, they seem to be tied to the forest. The forest is referred to almost as a character in this show. The forest is, you know, it's practically a character unto itself, and the monsters are, they basically come out of the woods too. So there's that connection, and well, we've definitely got malevolent interactions here. And there's nothing benevolent about these things. But yeah, it's really interesting stuff.
And actually, I'm gonna skip the known facts portion. We've already covered that before. And I'm gonna go down to creatures from folklore and mythology and their connections to From. I have a longer section. Oh, no, not for this one, but a longer section when we get to the different types of fairies. All right, let's see here. So the show From draws inspiration from a vast array of global mythologies, including, it seems, Celtic, Japanese, Inuit, Norse, and Lovecraftian lore, and to create this unique narrative. Some things, let's see. The town of Fromville itself is theorized by some to be a fey realm or pocket dimension that does not obey normal physics and logic, where humans are trapped and toyed with. The show's title From is even theorized to be a direct nod to the Scottish word fey, which means from, according to a Redditor. I didn't cross-check that, but a person or two said that on Reddit.
Interesting. Yeah. I think I heard that before. Yeah, I think that's right.
Then fairy trees or faraway trees are seen as portals connecting the fey world with the real world, explaining how people enter and are trapped in Fromville. Sometimes also these pocket dimensions might be associated with dreams. That came up when I was researching Queen Mab and a little bit of other fairy folklore. I have a whole separate file on that one.
Okay.
They are often depicted as having eerie smiles and moving slowly. They are known for their trickery and manipulation, including warping reality and affecting human minds. That is very, very common with a lot of fairy mythology, is the warping of reality and affecting human minds. They are also known to steal children, cause them to disappear. Some specific weaknesses in folklore are iron and salt. There are some theories that relate to talismans that protect the houses and from to iron. Some people theorize that there might be iron.
Okay.
And also the show's
Well,
intro song is
having
performed.
eerie smiles and moving slowly. Wow.
It's not all
Sorry,
of
that's just
them.
yeah. But that fits. That fits really well. And the trickery and manipulation, including warping reality and affecting human minds. We know the nightmare creatures get into people's heads and trick people into opening a window or a door. So that's fitting.
It made the abilities of nightmare creatures seem to make a lot more sense to me, like especially when rewatching episodes. And rewatching that scene where Julie runs into the jock monster, because it makes it even more ambiguous whether or not she was hypnotized when she first saw him or if she actually somehow knew him. I don't see how at that point she could have actually known him, but he could have known her. And then obviously Megan opening the window for Grandma Monster and stuff. When she obviously wasn't Megan's grandma, and Megan even said, "You don't look like my grandma."
Right. It's like it does. I think they do hypnotize them. Julie looked like she was in a trance, walking towards him, and Megan, similarly, I think she looked like she was in some sort of trance or hypnotized into opening the window, even though she knew that wasn't her grandma.
And the show's intro song is performed by the Pixies. Might be completely unrelated and coincidental, but some think that it's a hidden clue.
Yeah, because like, was that? I wonder if that cover already existed or if they got it done, especially for the show.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked that up. If anyone in the audience wants to Google it and post in the chat, we would appreciate it.
No, I think Scarlet said once that this was made just for the show, that there wasn't a cover of that beforehand by the Pixies, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but yeah, and if that's the case, that's even more evidence that they did that on purpose, possibly. Like, could be a clue.
Could be.
Yeah. Oops, sorry, the noise. Now, What is this word? How do you pronounce this? S-L-U
Sluagh
Sluagh.
or Sluagh. Now, here's where we get to the different entities that are that I'm going to be talking about. I have a folder in there that has images. I don't know if you want to put any up.
Yeah.
I have 2 of the Sluagh on there. They should be labeled. There
Yep.
might actually be 3. I can't remember.
Yep. So I've got that here. So let's see, is that the right one? No, it's this one here. This is one.
So that's one of the Sluagh. These are a specific type of dark fallen fairy from Celtic and Irish folk, or Celtic or Irish folklore. They are described as a ghostly host of unforgiven dead, or souls too evil and damned even for hell. They are known for their sadistic nature, enjoying psychological torture and feeding on human emotions like hope and despair, inflicting nightmares. Sluagh are said to hunt for pleasure and to mutilate victims rather than eating them. They are shapeshifters, commonly appearing as birds, particularly ravens and crows, which are also prevalent in From, and theorized to be information gatherers for the monsters. They hide in caves during the day and emerge at night.
Wow, that is so accurate. I mean, there are so many
Right?
parallels. That's crazy.
And now, now with the Sluagh, they get even more, it gets even more fascinating in a way that ties into From. So when a person is afflicted by a Sluagh, it's said that the Sluagh come to them either in their nightmares or physically or a blend of both, and they drain the soul away from the person, eventually just leave behind a soulless husk, either dead or just just mentally gone. And they say that the way that there are some stories that say, oh, it's never if a person's have been recovered from the Sluagh once they've been taken away and become a Sluagh themselves, or just whatever the Sluagh wanted to do with them. But there's some folklore that the person can be retrieved or brought back from the Sluagh and returned to themselves if they are made to remember their past, who they were, and importantly, their original name.
Hmm.
And Ankui,
Mm-hmm.
remember, it's a common theme in the show. So that ties into that very nicely as well.
Interesting. Yeah. And
Sounds
people
like-
were
sounds-
frustrated by that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like that sounds just like the monsters on the show.
It really does.
Yeah.
And that also kind of ties into David Agile's theory a bit. I want to discuss that in more depth next show, but he theorizes that the monsters, well, that the people returning to From, and well, getting pulled into Fromville, are or at least many of them, are actually the reincarnated spirits of the monsters, and the monsters are just the soulless bodies that are alive or animated, and that part of it. And so makes me think that really it comes down to the people have to remember or realize that they are the monsters and remember who they originally were.
Mm.
I don't know how neatly that fits with everything, but it's very poetic.
It is. I love his theory. He comes up with amazing, really well thought out, intricate theories and
It's my favorite one
esoteric.
so far.
It's your favorite so far?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He comes up with such intricate theories and very esoteric in terms of analyzing it. I just love his perspectives and his insights. So, and let's see. Steve said, well, if that isn't the nightmare creatures, I don't know what is. Sluagh. Sluagh. Yeah. It sure sounds like the nightmare creatures. That's so apropos. Um, Souls too evil and damned even for hell. So maybe that's why they're trapped in this place, not in hell. Sadistic, like they smile while they torture people and feeding on human emotions like hope and despair. That's definitely, I have always believed that's what's happening in this show. That this force, whatever force is controlling the monsters, is feeding on that and hunting for pleasure, mutilating them rather than eating them. Again, same thing. Shapeshifters, commonly appearing as birds, particularly ravens and crows. This is crazy. Like the number of parallels is wild, and like, great job digging up this information, Doc, because I've never heard of this type of fae at all, and it fits so well. Hiding in caves during the day and emerging at night. I mean,
Well, I have to thank the people on Reddit for, you know, posting all these theories for me to look into. Um, and then all the people who made videos about fairies on YouTube.
yeah, but you did all this research and dug up all of this stuff. I never saw anything like this online. So you have to do some digging to get to this sort of thing. Like I've watched a lot of videos, obviously, lots of theory videos. I've read a lot of people's posts and theories in Discord groups, but you have to dig to find this kind of stuff. You have to really put in time and dig. And I'm impressed with what you've been able to find. I'm always impressed, but this is amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, I had already been kind of like on this trail, but then when FROMacademy got canceled last Friday, largely because of the hit and run on my fiance's vehicle, which is, yeah. So, but sorry about that, everyone. But it gave me time to kind of revamp and look at everything all over again and really dig into the theories on Reddit. And I went through a lot of theories on Reddit. So I ended up staying up very late that Friday night, and I just like was consumed like all weekend, just like digging into all of this.
That's amazing. Wow. I really admire the dedication you put into this. It's amazing. It's awesome, Doc. Seriously.
Thank you.
And Um, oh man, can't be serious. Can't be serious reacts at gaming. Wow, I didn't see this earlier, but so he's probably headed out already, but just stopped in to show some love here. Julie B just showing some love. This is another of Koaliti's awesome community, another member. And I don't know if it's a he or she. I'm guessing a he, but yeah, they're actually a mod over there. He finally created a mod. He gave somebody a wrench. He didn't have anybody with wrenches at all. He doesn't even really need them because everyone is so cool over there. No one really needs to moderate, but yeah, Can't Be Serious is a mod over there. That was so cool. That's what's up. How's everybody doing tonight? We're doing all right. We're having fun here and doing our usual late night crazy live or middle of the night. Uh, that's so dope. So awesome to see two members of Koala's community pop in tonight and show support. It's how awesome these people are. They don't even watch these shows that I'm covering, but they pop in just to show support and hit the like and all that. It's so cool. I love this community, this koala community, koalaholic, I should say.
It's a
Anyway,
quality community.
it is a quality community. 100% it is. Um, so let's see. Michael said something about presumably includes entities like Rumpelstiltskin. Is that so?
I was thinking about that too.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't really give myself time to look into further. But yeah, I would consider Rumpelstiltskin to be at least from what I recall of the myths. Um, yeah, I feel like he falls very neatly under Fae folklore. I don't know if he
Yeah.
was ever identified as a specific kind, um, or if he, I don't, because I don't think he was just a man with magical powers, right? He was something more than just a man, like a man changed, or it was some sort of changeling or something. So yeah, that would make
Hmm.
him Fae, because in Fae folklore, a human that's become changed by magic or curses like that, they kind of become a fake creature themselves.
Yeah, and Rumpelstiltskin, he made some kind of bargain that turned out to be a trick as well. Like, so a trickster type of entity. I think that story probably does fit. He fits into this category of a type of fae. Yeah. Michael had said there's also animism, which attributes sentience or souls to inanimate objects like rocks, trees,
Yes,
etc. Maybe neither here nor there. Don't know if it has any relevance here. No, it has relevance.
it
Yeah.
definitely does. I was trying to think of that term actually when I was making when I was doing that. I actually put that together right before going to sleep last night. So
Mm-hmm.
my brain was a little bit foggy. But yeah, no, if you want to talk more about that, please do.
And
Post that below. We'll read it.
David was talking about mythology, different times and places, same stories. Right. So like all across different cultures and stuff, you see a lot of the same types of stories. They all kind of fit a certain narrative, like the hero's journey, for example. So you've got retellings, reiterations, family feuds escalating to violent power struggles between a pantheon of supreme beings and their offspring. And
Mhm.
what else here? Yeah, what was this? I want £1,000,000 sterling crushed under 1,000,000. Yeah, so like if you wish for something from a djinn, you'd say I want £1,000,000 sterling, and then you're crushed under £1,000,000 of sterling silver bars. Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what we're
And not
talking
just
about.
Jin. There are a lot of Fae that um, actually it's kind of a very very common thing with Fae folklore is deal-based magic. That a lot of the magic that they use, especially with humans, is completely deal-based. Of course, we know that they use glamour magic, and also I would call it like I guess psychic magic, like mind magic
Wow, that
and
fits.
teleportation.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what was that, Doc?
And teleportation.
Oh, yeah. And that may happen on From because there was a scene where the bride monster was down near the RV in like the second episode of From season 1, and then all of a sudden she's also up near the colony house. Like, how did she get there so fast? They might be able to teleport. Uh, what's the Jeep from Popeye? What is that? Are you talking about the movie, Carl? What's that?
No, he's like a little fairy type character that like grants Popeye a wish or something like that. He would just say like Jeep Jeep and he would like float around.
Oh, I've never so like in the old cartoons, I've never really watched them. Although my dad loved Popeye.
Yeah.
Sometimes I watched with him.
And
It sounds
that's where the name of the Jeep comes from that character.
No
The
way.
vehicle, yeah.
it sounded very familiar, but I haven't watched Popeye since I was a little kid, and I remember asking my aunt once. She asked me what I wanted for dinner. I said I wanted canned spinach. She says you're not gonna like it, but I'll get it for you. If I get it for you, you have to eat it. And yeah, I cried, and so she didn't make me eat it.
Oh. um and oh, hi Jamie, Sci-Fi Vision. She popped in the chat. Where is it? She said, "Hi guys, falling asleep, so I can't stay long, but wanted to at least drop by." Nice to see you, Jamie. I hope you're doing well.
Hi
Um,
Jamie, happy birthday again.
yeah, happy belated birthday now, right? Her birthday
Yeah,
passed on.
by one day.
Yeah, happy birthday, Jamie. Hope you enjoyed it. What else? Samuel said basically light, neutral, and dark fae. Dieter from Academy crew, let's rise and thrive. Like, share, subscribe, keep hope alive. With each new drop, we learn and grow, unlocking truth at every show. Thank you, Dieter. Thank you for the awesome AI poetry, as always. And Michael about Que Sera Sera, he said Google's AI says the Pixies released their cover in June 2024 as part of a double A side single with their original song "You're So Impatient." The single was released on July 19th, 2024. The Pixies version was originally recorded for the soundtrack of the Epix TV series From, so it was made especially for From. Thank you for that,
Thank you.
Michael. Yeah, that may have been an intentional clue for sure. The fact that they were called pixies, the pixies. And let's see what else here. Dieter, that's a lovely word. That's a lovely statement you made. To each and every one of you, you matter. Life is hard, but you are all amazing people, and we need each other. Be kind to each other. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Love you,
Thank you.
Dieter.
We love you, Dieter. Stevens said, did the Sluagh have like a leader or mother figure thing like Man in Yellow or Kimono Lady possibly are to the nightmare creatures? Did you find anything on that, Doc?
On if they have if the Sluagh have a leader.
Right. A leader or a mother figure.
God, I'm trying to recall. I'm not sure. There are other courts and classes of fairies, though. I think the Sluagh are probably considered unseelie, which were kind of like the fae that you don't want really to the mischievous fae, the fae that are tend to be more troublesome. Sometimes said to work with witches. Well, by witches I mean witches that use darker magic, offensive magic. Let's see. So there were the different courts, the Seelie and the Unseelie, which were basically like the friendlier and the really less friendly um, fairies, and there were different types of fairies within them. The Sluagh were Unseelie, I believe, and then there's also a later term, I believe it came about later, of goblin, which is basically a fairy that people didn't really like, tended to be unsightly as well.
Okay. Goblins are type of fairy. Interesting. Oh, hey, Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you. Good evening. Hope you're doing well, Lori. And Decipher, nice to see you. See you later, Jeter. Have fun with your kids. Hope your day goes well. See you later, maybe. Take care. Steve said, I remember asking my mom to get me a lightsaber when I was a kid, and when she picked me up from school, she gave me a roll of Lifesavers mints. Devastated. Oh, no. No, she pulled a gin trick on you.
Something my brother would do to me. He got me a gift once. I unwrap it. It's a PlayStation 4, and I knew it wasn't actually though because it was too light. The weight wasn't correct. And he says, "Open it." I'm like, "Yeah, it's not a PlayStation. It was a shake weight."
Oh. Oh man. Anyway, so
It's an interesting visual there, Doc, with the shake.
it
Oh,
is.
I made a lot. I did a lot of joking around with the jerking around of the shake weight.
I bet.
I think he was trying to call me a jerk off. That jerk.
Yeah. Those are so weird looking, the shake weights. I remember like the old commercials for them. Just yeah. There's something not right about those things. I don't know.
I was working out at the time though, so it was a gag gift, and he thought maybe I could use it.
Right. Okay. Well, that's cool then. Michael said another interesting entity I ran across, not necessarily Fae-like per se, but from Indian and Hindu mythology, Rakshasas. I don't know how to say that properly, but maybe something to look into for the future. I gave the link. Thank you for that, Michael. Okay, so what's next on the list here, Doc?
I actually need to beg a quick bio break.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I'm gonna let Beta out quick. 1 second.
Okay, no worries. So so just a quick digression here then. I've been obviously covering Duster, and Carla and I and Scarlet, we do our lives on Duster every Monday, but I've been working on my first video for that. So if you watch Duster, be on the lookout for that. I didn't get it out as soon as I was hoping. I wasn't able to do it, but I'm still working on it. And thank God, episode 9 of Duster didn't wreck my theory, and well, really our theory, because Carl and I came up with it collaboratively. And I was just watching it on the edge of my seat, like, please don't screw this up, please, please, please. I couldn't even enjoy it very much on the first watch because I was so worried that it was going to screw up my theory, or not just that I would be wrong, but I was worried I was going to be right and they'd reveal it, and I didn't get a chance to put my video out beforehand. But thankfully that didn't happen. There were some more interesting details to add to the video that I'm making, but nothing was confirmed or debunked about it yet. So I'm relieved. So now I have one last reprieve. I'm going to get this video out as soon as I can. I'm still working on the script, and within the next few days, I'm hoping to get that released. So keep an eye out for that. And if you don't watch Duster, just even giving it a quick view, leaving it playing for a few minutes and hitting the like button, I'd really appreciate it, because it's going to be difficult for me to get into the algorithm as someone who's never covered that show. And every time you view the video, anyone who likes it, views it, drops a quick comment in the comment section, even if it's just an emoji, that triggers the algorithm and will help push that video out to people who do watch the show. So that would be much appreciated if you do see a notification for it pop up when I post it. Anyway, so that's that. And Monday we'll be going back to our usual night for Duster, which is Monday and not Tuesday. We had to move it this week, but it will be back on our regular night. As of now, I'm planning on starting it at 11:55 p.m. Eastern on Monday night, considering possibly starting earlier, but I will post my schedule at the beginning of the week with the definite times for everything. And we're doing a movie watch party Saturday night in the Discord. Most likely the horror movie Megan is what I settled on. So I've never seen it. I think it'll be a fun watch. So if anyone wants to watch it with us, it's about this AI doll that, obviously you can imagine what's going to come of that. She's going to become some kind of terror, and it got excellent reviews, but I never got around to seeing it. So that'll be Saturday night in the Discord at 10 p.m. Eastern. If you want to watch with us and you're not in the Discord, you can join the Discord in the link in the description of this video. So there's that too. And let's see, what else is going on? Well, next week, Doug will probably join us again if he's available on Wednesday. We'll have another live with Doug Hughes Wednesday night. It'll be another call-in if he does join us. If he's not free for whatever reason, then we'll just do a From Theory chat, or possibly do another episode of the rewatch, which we haven't had a chance to do in a couple of months. Because we are still going to be doing the From rewatch. We have not abandoned it. I just needed to take a hiatus from it for a while we've been covering a bunch of other shows. So we'll let you know when we're going to resume the rewatch. We're not giving up on it. We're going to continue, and looking forward to it too, once I have a little more time. Anyway. Okay. So.
And something else too. We never finished The Residence.
No, we didn't. We need to finish.
Haven't finished. I still haven't watched the last episode.
Me neither. Everyone else probably binged it. Almost everybody probably binged it and was done with it months ago. But when I started covering The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale, I got in over my head, so I had to pause it. We got to get back to that. We have to finish the last 2 episodes. We'll do that.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do that. Hopefully next week I'll be able to finally do that and get that fit in the schedule, because I want to know the answer to this mystery. And I think we're going to get the answer at the end. I don't think this is going to be a multi-season show. I'm guessing it's going to be a one-time thing. Anyway, so where are we now, Doc? What's the next on the agenda?
Oh, Changelings. I only have one image that I downloaded of Changelings.
Changelings. I'll look up.
It's not super representative, but I was grabbing like images that are like book covers, or like used on like public websites. This way I'm not like using people's artwork that they're posting on their DeviantArt or something.
Right.
So and yeah. Anyway,
Here it is.
Fae folklore. Oh, there we go.
Yep, right here.
Fae folklore includes the concept of changelings, beings who have replaced someone, usually a child, abducted by fairies, often possessing supernatural powers. And from the monsters, some theorize that they are changelings. Or I think that was probably before the reveal, because I was looking at all the fairy theories, even from like way back.
Mm-hmm.
But some theorized that they were changelings, given their ability to appear human, but revert to a monstrous true form. They may mimic human behavior and collect personal items to aid in this. Fatima's pregnancy leading to the rebirth of Smiley is viewed by some as a changeling pregnancy, where a copy is put inside her. The sickly appearance of the children in the caves is also connected to changelings. So, in a way, their rebirth does echo changeling folklore, especially because there are some theories that, well, maybe Fatima did get pregnant with Ellis's child, and then the baby was somehow swapped in utero.
Right. Because yeah, it's peculiar. The whole situation was so strange. Like, when did she become pregnant? Was she ever actually pregnant for real? And then it was changed into this thing. So that's a lingering question that I don't know. I don't think they're ever going to answer. So we'll have to just kind of draw our own conclusions from that. It could be a sort of changeling situation.
It definitely seemed like an echo. I mean, even Rosemary's Baby was inspired by changeling folklore, and it seemed like this was inspired by Rosemary's Baby in a way, at least in some aspects. So actually, in a lot of aspects. So yeah, I can see the ties to changeling folklore within Fatima's pregnancy for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something else
Mhm.
tying into the whole her giving birth to the monster in a pod, like a plant pod. And now when Smiley was, well, what do you call it? During the autopsy of Smiley, when she pulled him open, he kind of resembled to me, kind of like pliable, petrified wood. Like, I don't know, it just seemed kind of plant-like almost to me for some reason. It may not have meant to be, but it came off that way to me. Maybe just because I was thinking about the trees and how a lot of things are tied to the trees. But then when he was reborn in that pod, it just made more sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I really didn't know what I honestly didn't predict that would happen either. Like, I make a lot of predictions related to the show, but I did not expect that. I don't know what I was expecting, but it was not that. I mean, she had the accelerated pregnancy. Even when she was abducted and brought into that room, I didn't know what was happening to her. And yeah, like I did not predict that this was going to be the rebirth of a monster until it actually happened, which is awesome. I'm glad. I'd rather be surprised than just predict everything. And good
Oh,
night,
me
Jamie.
too.
Good night, Jamie. Sci-Fi Vision, Jamie.
Good night.
So
Sweet
anyway,
nightmares.
sweet nightmares. Yes. So
Next
yeah,
we have Tony's favorite. Oh, were you gonna say something? I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say this is a cool image that you found. I like it. What were you gonna say about Tony?
Oh, next we're getting to his favorite topic, the Jinn or Jinni.
Oh,
Jinni.
nice.
Considered a type of fae by some in Middle Eastern and Islamic. They're from Middle Eastern and Islamic folklore. The Jinn are powerful, enigmatic spirits created from smokeless fire, possessing invisibility, shape-shifting, and immense supernatural power. He ties this
Mhm.
to the man in yellow. They exist in a parallel world and can interact with mortals in helpful or harmful ways, often tricking and manipulating or twisting wishes. Prominent theory by our Don the Tony Teflon identifies the man in yellow as an evil jinn or genie who grants distorted wishes. This aligns with the idea that the townspeople sacrificed their children for eternal life, and the genie granted it, but not in the form they wanted or intended, turning them into monsters. They are said to be afraid of iron, which could explain the effectiveness of talismans if they do contain iron. They can be seen by animals like dogs, which connects to the boy in white, often appearing with dogs. Could also explain why there are no living dogs in Cromville. Their favorite shape-shifting form is birds, linking to the crows and from. The concept of the Jinn paradox or time loops, where cause and effect blur, is also suggested to explain events like Julie throwing a rope to Boyd in the well before she experiences it. A lot of this came right from Tony. Um, so thank you, Tony, for this. Because yeah, this ties in very well with the whole Fey folklore that we seem to see this convergent evolution of in from folklore.
Well, and I love this image that you found, the evil genie. This is so dope. Yeah,
Oh
it's like
yeah, the images were really cool from that.
it looks like an evil version of the genie from Aladdin. It's even a shade of blue. Now,
Yeah, very very colorful paintings. I love them.
let me see. Let me look at the other one. So you've got another one here. This one is cool too. Yeah, and Tony's theory, I really think it makes a lot of sense. I love his gin theory. I hope he sticks with it. Because
So
it
now
ties in so well with what happened on the show in season 3, the revelations.
it really does. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Actually, keep going if you want.
Oh, it's okay. It just ties in so well. It fits what happened. They these people made a deal with an entity called it, not he or she. Fatima said it promised them they would live forever. So what is this entity? It has to be some kind of godlike being, some kind of type of being that can grant wishes that go bad or backfire. A jinn fits that perfectly. So I'm sold on that myself at the moment. I'm sold on that part.
Also tying to the whole dream aspect a little bit. So now in current pagan culture, the jinn sometimes are associated with shadow people. The idea is that um, when people are experiencing shadow people phenomenon, that these are jinn. They're a race of beings from a plane of smokeless fire, and that they can't really come into our realm. And so what we see as a shadow is kind of like the membrane of the in between of like it's kind of like the in between. It's kind of like the membrane between worlds, and they can kind of press upon it and use it kind of like a bubble, but they're not really here or something like that. Um, and shadow people are often tied to hag phenomena or sleep paralysis, where a person wakes up or they think they're waking up and they feel either there's a presence in the room, there's a shadow person in the room, or there's a shadow person on their chest or doing something to them, or a hag on their chest, like a creepy old lady. Um, those are considered sometimes to be shadow women. Um, and there's this idea of some of them are led by a hat man, a guy a shadow person that wears a hat, different things. But a lot of that is tied to old fairy folklore, because back in the day, they would also tie this to the Fae, such as the Sluagh. So you see a lot of overlap with these phenomena. They'll identify them as different types of like Fae, but often they'll have a lot of the same characteristics because it's tied to that phenomena and a lot of the same environmental pressures. just kind
Mm-hmm.
of reinterpreted through culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know if that made sense. Sorry.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Um,
Oh,
this is amazing how much this fits too. This information you gathered here. I mean, their favorite shape-shifting form is birds. There was a popular theory in season 1 that the monsters were the crows during the daytime they became the crows. So that's
what
possible.
if he was stuck in this crow form until Jay played that song? No, I don't seriously think that, but hey, maybe.
Yeah. Like the king of the crows, like the biggest crow, the head crow.
Did we
Um,
see a yellow crow? No.
um, yeah, this all ties in so well. They can be seen by animals like dogs. Yeah, the boy in white always accompanied by dogs, of course. And yeah, this I love this. This Jin paradox with time loops where cause and effect blur. I had no idea that was related to Jin mythology, but that completely ties in with Julie's rope throwing bootstrap paradox. Love it.
Kind of ties into that whole Fey concept of fate, Fata.
Mm. Um, Steve said the Jin from the show Evil was really cool looking. I've never seen that show. It's
Oh,
something
I
I
haven't
should
seen it.
feel like I should check that out though. It's got a lot of interesting supernatural entities in it. Uh, Real Cinema said in Rosemary's Baby she had sex with the entity. Fatima didn't. Fatima also said she couldn't conceive. So yeah, and she did, yes. So it was like an immaculate conception that happened here. I think it was just manifested in her body. Like this is a nightmare realm. I believe this is kind of a nightmare realm where things can manifest themselves. Like the goats and the chickens in the woods, they just appear there. The crops just appeared in the woods in season 3, out near the water. Um, and anything else. I mean, these buildings must have appeared there in between cycles, just manifested themselves. So this, yeah, there wasn't any like actual conception going on. It was basically immaculate conception uh, of this pod in Fatima.
Hmm.
And yeah, I doubt she was pregnant to begin with. I agree, Laurie. Yeah, I agree. Just
Yeah,
me,
I doubt she was actually pregnant.
yeah. Just me said I wonder if she could birth twins. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, what is this?
Uh,
Just me said literally everything you just said has happened to me. I'm not sure what that was referring to, but I'm sorry that if
Shadow
that's
people and sleep paralysis. I probably.
oh, okay.
I'm
I'm sorry
sorry.
to hear
I've
that, just
experienced
me.
it.
That's awful. That sounds so scary.
It's
Yeah.
terrifying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that sucks. Sorry, just me and Doc. Yeah, that sucks. I haven't
But
experienced that exactly, but I have experienced nightmares that I can't wake up from. I know I'm in a nightmare and I desperately want to wake up and I'm trying to wake myself up from it. That's horrible too.
now, interestingly, um, that sleep paralysis phenomenon is tied to the emotional state of desperation. It's very much tied to severe depression, severe anxiety, fear. When people are in a state of like severe like fear, anxiety, or depression, that's when they tend to experience stuff like that. Um, I, I think psychologists have a much better understanding of that phenomenon than I do. But yeah, obviously, when you're having that experience and you're seeing those creatures, like, are they real? Is it just part of a dream? It's very terrifying. So even if you have science and psychologists telling you one thing, you have folklore and your terror, the terror of your experience, and maybe even repeated experiences, telling you another. So it's a very scary thing, and it screws with your head. But I feel like
Mm-hmm.
that whole oh, my cat is begging to come in. I feel like that whole theme of it being tied to desperation and them going after people that are kind of, experiencing trauma and going through trauma, that ties very neatly into From.
Oh, absolutely. Trauma is really at the heart of the show. The way that humans deal with trauma, the varying ways, the whole spectrum of ways that human beings cope with trauma and respond to trauma. So that's absolutely relevant. Yeah. Uh, let me see. Steve, yeah, I'll check out Evil. It says one of his favorite shows. It's like the X-Files, but for evil instead of aliens, and the Catholic Church instead of the FBI. Cool. Instead of an FBI agent and a psychologist, it's a priest in training, a psychologist, and an atheist skeptic as the investigative team. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check it out. Just Me said, my first sleep paralysis happened in an old hotel in a haunted town. Doc, we should talk, she said.
Oh
That's
no.
that's creepy. Oh wow. Yeah, that's awesome though. I mean, maybe who knows? Like supernatural influences inflicted that on you. Maybe I stayed in a hotel that was famous for supposedly being haunted once. Um, we specifically picked the hotel because of that, and it was interesting. I didn't experience any paranormal things or anything like that, but that supposedly this inn, or it's a small hotel in the White Mountains of New Hampshire, and it's very old and famous for supposedly being haunted. But yeah, sadly, I don't have any haunted experiences, any supernatural experiences to share from it. Um, yeah, it's spiritual. I believe it. Just me. So yeah. So did we finish covering the gin, or is there more?
We finished covering the gin, but I have a tie into that. I'm gonna skip down. Sorry, my cat is begging me for food. I'm gonna mute for a second. I have to feed her.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I know what that's like. I have to deal with the cats, my own cats' requests in the middle of the night all the time, constantly. They're very demanding creatures. We're there to serve them, essentially. Uh,
Well,
Steve, huh?
she just finished a whole can of Fancy Feast, but she knows that when I'm streaming that I feed her to shut her up, so she gets
Oh,
extra food out of me.
the cats are smart.
They
They
are.
remember. They remember. You get into a certain routine, and they will remember. They will expect that from you now every time. Um, Steve said he used to get sleep paralysis nightly for almost 3 years. That's awful, terrible. Uh, he said he made a bunch of health changes and the sleep paralysis stopped. I think it was stress induced for me at the time. Well, I'm glad to hear it stopped. That's horrible, Steve. Samuel said sleep apnea can cause really bad dreams and sleep paralysis. Yeah, anyone who is dealing with that kind of stuff should talk to a doctor for sure. Sleep apnea can be a very serious thing. So, yeah, 29 likes. Yes, thank you. Thank you for hitting the like button, folks. Please do so if you haven't already. Anyone new who's joined us. So, are you all set, Doc, with the cats?
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm all set. Um,
Okay.
all right, so I actually want to go from there to Tony's next favorite topic, aliens and extraterrestrials.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
The idea the idea that fairies are an evolving archetype transitioning into, actually before I, no, I missed that segue because well, all right, let me read this and then I'll get into it. Sorry. I'm losing my own train of thought. The idea that fairies are an evolving archetype transitioning into modern concepts of aliens is explored here. Prairie abduction experiences share similarities with modern UFO abduction accounts, including strange lights, lost time, and physical trauma. H.P. Lovecraft's The Whisper in Darkness explicitly reinterprets the little people, or fairies, as non terrestrial fungoid beings from Yuggoth, planet beyond Neptune, who mine metals and whose voices sound like a bee's drone or a cicada's buzz. This blend of folklore and science fiction is a key influence from. There are some theories that the man in yellow is an extraterrestrial or interpreted as a jinn. And now tying this back to the shadow people and the jinn, so that whole experience of sleep paralysis, um, and supernatural beings, doing things to you while you're in that paralyzed state. There are a lot of psychologists that believe that it's that's basically the same phenomenon as people seeing fairies or other beings when they're experiencing sleep paralysis. I don't know if that really explains all of it. Everyone can debate that in the comments if they want, but some use that as an explanation for the whole abduction phenomenon. Because when you're going through sleep paralysis, you're not actually fully awake. And so your dreams and your subconscious are blending with your experience of reality, and your body is still frozen as if it's in sleep. So it's not responding to your mental commands, and you're kind of stuck there. And it's kind of scary. So it can put you into a little bit of a panic state, especially if you've already had terrifying experiences like that. And your mind is going to basically fabricate things from its subconscious fears related to that kind of experience. So if people are more familiar with alien abduction stuff, then they might experience it as alien abduction. There are also theories that the jinn were really, for people who believe that these are real entities, and I'm not sure that I don't believe that these aren't real entities. I've had some experiences with them in my waking life. So I tend to think that there are other beings out there. But there are theories that, shadow people are jinn, and that they are actually, extraterrestrials or extra dimensional beings, and or both, and that people back then didn't understand that what they were, and they're really little gray aliens. And then there are people who think vice versa. So there's a whole lot of debate in myth and culture that connects the whole UFOs, aliens, fairy lights, and fairy phenomenon, and jinn and stuff. So Tony, I feel like was kind of in the right ballpark there. He was, working with some similar material.
Yeah, definitely. Um, and yeah, so like he was saying, he was explaining that that jinn can be considered an extraterrestrial type of being. So so yeah, aliens are not just the stereotypical little green men. Um, they can encompass a wide variety of beings that are not of this earth. So I think this absolutely counts. This is a valid theory. And yes, aliens are still on the table. Absolutely. It's not debunked at all. Some people got the wrong impression from an interview with the showrunners that the aliens are, the theory of aliens is completely debunked, and it's not true. Not at all. So yeah, Tony's theory is still on the table. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Just Me said, Julie, when I have dreams I'm trying to get out of, I press each fingernail into my thumb to try to wake up. It works. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah, the next time that happens, I'll see if I can get myself to remember to do that. Thank you for the tip. That's awful. Yeah, it's a terrible feeling. Well, let's see. Let's see. David said that's how the mind works. It fills in the gaps with imagination. Yeah, definitely. Steve said when you dream, your body produces chemicals that immobilize you so you don't act out your dreams in your sleep. Oh, so that's why sleep paralysis happens. Those chemicals wear off, but you continue to dream while you begin to wake up. Oh, wow. That's really interesting. That makes sense. That makes total sense. David said when you see a glimpse of someone and you think it's one of your friends, your mind will project your friend's face onto that person and you see more information until you see more information. That's right. Yeah, yeah. So it fills in the gaps with imagination, like David was saying. Yeah, it's also like your mind, if you look at words, your mind only needs to see like the first couple letters and the last couple letters of a word, and it will automatically fill in whatever that word is supposed to be in your brain. So I've seen like tests of that where there'll be a sentence and the middle part of the words are all scrambled, the letters are scrambled, but you can still read it. It's really weird. You can still read it because your mind will fill in the gaps of what those words are supposed to be without needing the middle letters to be in the proper order. Anyway, yeah, kids do dream more. I dreamed a whole lot more when I was a kid, Samuel. I had terrible nightmares all the time. David said sometimes I wake up and my mind is racing 100 miles an hour. Yeah, that's awful. I wake up with anxiety sometimes myself. I'll wake up and my stomach immediately starts churning before I even have a chance to think of anything that to make myself anxious. Um, yeah, Steve said the new thing with aliens is now extra dimensional beings, rather extra dimensional,
Yeah,
and that's what we perceive and that what we perceive as their crafts are higher dimensional objects passing into our three-dimensional world. That could fit with the show From. Yes, that could fit.
absolutely.
Yes, Michael, this is what I was talking about. He scrambled up the middle letters. What do you mean? Nobody can read this. That's what I'm talking about. Your brain will fill in the right words, the words, even if the letters are scrambled in between. You just need the first and the last letter in context of a sentence, anyway, easily. Uh, absolutely, it's so weird. Lucid dreaming can be a fantastic experience. Yes, Samuel, it can be. I wish sometimes it can be scary, but once you learn how to deal with it and not panic, it can be really cool. I was able to do it once where I was kind of in control of the situation. Uh, just me. Yeah, I've also had recurring dreams for many years. Not the same one since I was a kid, but I've had recurring dreams for the last 15 years, going back that long. It's crazy. It's gibberish. Yeah. Um, yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Steve said, I honestly didn't realize you misspelled everything at first. That's because your brain filled in what those words were supposed to be. Anyway, sorry, let's get back on topic here. So,
Actually, I think that was perfectly on topic. I think that was fantastic. And
well,
also too, yeah, when he submitted that first one, I didn't even catch it until I realized, wait, no, this is a, oh yeah.
yeah, it's weird how that works, isn't it? Uh, yeah.
Next, let's, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, Laurie said we dream in REM cycles. Some people don't dream because they don't sleep long enough to enter REM. Yeah, I think the quality of my sleep is not good enough, so I don't dream as much because I'm not getting quality enough sleep to enter that REM deep sleep state, which I need to work on. And that involves changing my sleep schedule, so I'm doing more of my sleeping at night instead of during the day when we naturally don't sleep as deeply. Anyway, oh, sorry you have recurring nightmares too, Kelly. It's awful. I've had a recurring nightmare for many years that the first dog that I ever had, uh, I realized that he's still been living with me all this time, but I forgot about him and he's all skinny and neglected. And it's a horrible nightmare that keeps recurring. I think it was because before we lost him when he was still with us, my mom used to like say, you know, pay more attention to him. One day you'll wish he were here. And I'd feel guilty, like I'm not paying enough attention to the dog. So my brain is trying to kind of process those feelings of guilt, and I'm having that nightmare.
Mm.
Also a recurring nightmare.
I've had similar.
What was that?
I've had similar nightmares. I had one a couple weeks ago about my dog's passing. Um, my dog passed in August, and yeah, it was unpleasant. I dreamt that I was like accidentally the cause of her passing, which wasn't the case, but it was just all these like feelings of guilt because we're gonna have those feelings that, oh, we didn't dedicate enough time, or we could have done more of this, more of that, maybe extended their life longer. She was already past the point where I should have been like letting her still like hang around before she even got really ill. But I loved her, and she liked being alive, so it worked
I'm
out
sorry.
until fall apart.
I'm sorry, Doc. That's awful. Losing a pet is so painful. That's your unconscious mind trying to like deal with it. Like Lori said, recurring nightmares reflect something we aren't facing or running away from. Or trying to process something that's that we're struggling to deal with, like feelings of guilt. Yeah, it's tough. I've experienced a lot of those kinds of nightmares myself. Yeah. Steve said his sleep schedule is reversed. He has to get up multiple times to help his grandmother or mom and doesn't dream much anymore. That's what happens. So I need to humans are not meant to be nocturnal. So I'm trying to change it so that I'm sleeping more during the night and not just in the daytime. But yeah, dreams deal with the subconscious mind and parts of ourselves we disown the shadow self. Yep. Great insight, Lori, as always. Steve,
found that
you're a hero. You're a hero for taking care of your family like that and sacrificing your own sleep schedule and your own well-being. And what
I
was that,
appreciate
Doc?
But I'll remember later.
Okay.
But yeah, Steve, you're a BAP.
So what so where should we go next with this?
I think I've got some nymphs under my skin. They came
Mm,
from ancient Greece. So
nymph.
yeah. Next is nymphs. Um, I didn't grab any photos of them because I don't really feel like they apply that much, other than the name. Uh, because
Right.
we had the cicada nymphs in under Boyd's skin, or in his blood, I should say. In ancient Greece, nymphs were elemental spirits of water, air, earth, and fire, also depicted as animals. They are elemental nature spirits that behave like fairies. They were associated with fairies during the medieval period, seen as larger fairies. And that's really all I have to say about them. Next are dwarves and elves of Norse mythology. Actually, that's where I'm going to scoot from this file to the longer file of Fey types because I have a better breakdown of those there. So there's another file in there called Fey types, and I'm going to do a lot of scrolling through here because we already covered a bunch of these. Get back to the elves, and then I'll scoot back up. Those are under Norse Fey in the Fey types file. I had to create another document because I didn't compile enough details in that first one about the Norse Fae. And we have obviously all those Norse runes. So I figured I should probably devote a little bit more time to the Norse Fae. Yeah, they're not at the top. I apologize for that. I had to scroll down. The Norse Fae, the elves or Alfar. In Norse mythology, elves are mysterious, supernatural beings, often associated with nature and sometimes linked to the dead and burial mounds. They were not originally described as small, but underwent a diminutive change over time. as stories changed about them. Parallels and From, the show draws on broader little people archetypes from Norse lore in some ways, it seems, possibly, such as the Dark Elves or the I'm gonna butcher this, Svartalfar, or the Durkalfar. I'm butchering those pronunciations. I do have some images too. Well, I'll let Julie find them. I'm so sorry. It's under types of Fae. It's its own file under that folder. Are you still there?
Maybe she stepped away.
Oh, okay. All right. No worries. All right. So we can do all that.
Sorry,
No worries.
I didn't realize I was muted. I was answering you and you couldn't hear me. Sorry about that.
Hey, I've done that before. I remember we had a period that
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you and I thought I was entertaining everyone. And no one could hear me.
Yeah. Yep.
But it was not due to
Uh,
muting. That was StreamYard.
yeah. Sorry about that. I was answering you and I was like, can't you hear me? And then I realized you couldn't. So
No
this is the
worries.
one, so this one says Norse. This is an image that says Norse elves. Is this what you were talking about?
Oh yeah, that's one of them. That's a painting of Norse elves, or an interpretation of them, a cultural interpretation of them. I guess associated with mist and the fairy lights or whatever, fog lights. And there should also be images for either Svartalfar or Durkalfar.
Yep.
Durkalfar?
Looks like, yeah, Dockelfar, whoever, who knows if that's the right pronunciation, but oh, that's a cool one. Yeah. Creepy.
Yeah,
Right
very
there.
creepy.
Dark elf. Hmm. Yeah, that looks demonic. That dark figure with the glowing eyes. Cool.
They're
So this is
sometimes conflated with dwarves.
okay.
And so you'll see like there are later images that depict them a little bit more like dwarves. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they are described as blacker than pitch, living underground in Svartalheim. Modern fantasy often portrays them as a distinct type of elf. Parallels in From, while From does not explicitly refer to the dark elves, their subterranean dwelling and darker, sinister aspects could influence the portrayal of the From monsters or other hidden entities. There's also dwarves or dvergar, spontaneously generated from the corpse of the giant Ymir, known as the master craftsman and maker of magical items for the gods. They live underground, often in stone halls. They can be mischievous, greedy, and vindictive. Some sources mention they can turn to stone in daylight or shapeshift into animals like otters or fish. There's some images in there of I think either dwarves or dvergar or Dakalfar, I think, or more Svartalfar. Yeah.
Is it is there another one that's in this list here that I'm missing? There's let's see.
Yeah, there were some that were unnumbered. I grabbed those later on and threw them in.
This one that begins with an S. Is this one?
Yep.
That's awesome.
So we're
That's a
already kind
really
of familiar
interesting.
with scenes like that. I think from fantasy, but yeah, you're right. That's beautiful.
So that's another type of like in here these figures down here. That's like a different type of dwarf. Like a Norse one. Is it Norse or is it something else?
Yep, yep. Those are
Okay.
Norse dwarves.
Cool. Oh, yeah,
And
I love that. And then
for
there are these two that begin with a D, Dvergar, something.
oh,
Is
yep,
that something different or is it?
yep.
Yeah.
Those are the dwarves too. Those are older depictions of them.
Yeah,
Or
that's
pictures of
terrifying
from
looking.
older myths. Yeah.
What is what is he doing to this woman? Is he like abducting her?
Um, they might have been, very possibly. So as time went on, probably in association as other mythologies about small folk became popularized, or maybe due to Christianization, I'm not sure. But uh, elves and dwarves started being depicted differently, like often shorter and smaller. But originally, dwarves were actually very large.
Really?
She's my cat is being annoying. 1 second.
Depicted as large. Yeah, that's weird. And there's this one too. This one has like looks like they have Viking hats on. That fits. So let me see. What in the world? What is this? Nightman. Hey Nightman, LOL. I hope you haven't taken attendance yet. Present. Yeah, present, yeah. Welcome, yeah, welcome to class, FROMacademy class, Nightman. Uh Steve said you gotta pay the troll toll if you want this little boy's hole, Nightman. What? Okay. Um anyway, David said the Norse creation myth looks like a snow globe and the exit is in the tunnels, like under the dome. Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, Under the Dome has a lot of parallels to From too. Steve said Dorkle Fort was my nickname in high school. Oh no, that's that's terrible.
I think he might be
That's
making that up. I hope he is,
I hope so.
for
Yeah,
his sake.
I hope so for his sake, for sure. Uh, Steve, I'm sorry. That's awful. Had a recurring nightmare about his grandfather when he passed away. They took him to the hospital and I couldn't go with because it was during COVID and he died alone. And Steve, this is crazy
Oh,
that we have this in common because
shit.
this happened to my grandfather too. Uh, during COVID, my grandfather got sick. He had many health conditions, serious health conditions for years, and he got sick during the early months of the pandemic. He went to the hospital, and my mom was allowed to go there, um, but she couldn't be there with him as much as she wanted to be because of COVID, and he had to be there alone. And he didn't die there. Ultimately, she got them to release him in hospice care. Back to his home where we were there with him, but it was a horrific time to suddenly lose him like that. It was a real shock, and we were helping my mom and I were helping to take care of him and my grandma also, and then we took care of my grandma for the next year. So I really relate to that experience, unfortunately, and I'm so sorry, Steve. That's awful, and you know you there's nothing you could have done. It's awful how people had to, be admitted to hospitals alone and die alone during that period, and it's awful. Like, but even though you intellectually should know that you don't deserve to feel guilty, guilt is not a rational thing. So your subconscious is trying to make sense of that and process feelings of guilt, even though you absolutely do not deserve to feel guilty in any way. Uh, it is a thankless job, being a caretaker. It really is, Steve. I know that firsthand. I know other people who know that firsthand. It's a thankless job, and you're an incredible human being to be willing to do that. And serious when I say it. Like it drains you. So make sure you practice good self-care. So what else? Nightman LOL said seems like dwarf propaganda. Michael said from Poe AI in Norse mythology, dark elves or Svaltofar, I don't know, are often associated with craftsmanship and metalworking, particularly in relation to forging. They are believed to have the skills to create powerful items, including weapons and talismans. Giving the Svaltofar's reputation for skill in forging and magic, it is reasonable to assume they could craft talismans and bind runes as part of their magical and artistic abilities. This combination of runes could imbue objects with protective or enhancing properties. Well, that's certainly relevant to From. Love it. Yeah.
Be right back.
Sure. Steve, so that thing I read that you had written about, you got to pay the troll toll. Steve said it's from the Nightman Cometh episode of It's Always Sunny. The way Frank says boy's soul sounds like boy's hole. Yeah, it sounds perverted. Michael said, might such entities be the source of the bind rune talismans that from Villians use for protection? Very well could be. Very well could be. Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry, Scarlet. I didn't know you were there. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't see the private chat either. That's weird that I'm on my Chromebook and it normally makes a noise when someone's back there, but I didn't hear anything. Sorry about that. Made me to leave you trapped there, locked up backstage. Like
this picture looks like Odin and Santa Claus. Is that what it's going on?
Yeah.
Well, I did have to lock up my cat because I'm out of kibble, so it's gonna be harassed all night.
Dangerous situation.
Yeah, Nightman, you're right. I don't watch It's Always Sunny. I've watched tiny bits of it with my ex. He loved it. I did love the Christmas episode where Danny DeVito literally like jumps. He's like inside of a couch for some reason. I don't know why, but he's like hiding inside of a couch, and then he comes like busting out of the couch, stark naked. It's a pretty epic moment in the history of It's Always Sunny. I've seen very little of the show. That was funny. But I think if I watched it now, I would just associate it with him, and I'd rather not have that association. I do know it's a great show. I just never really watched it enough to get into it. Michael said, seems like this place builds in a bunch of mythology, so perhaps the talismans come from some mythological source, like Svaltofar, Norse dark elves. Could be. And again, Steve, I am so sorry that happened to you with your grandfather. It's already so traumatic enough to lose a loved one, and then to not even be able to be with him because of the pandemic. There were so many tragic stories like that. I'm so sorry. You're an amazing person for being there for your family and taking care of them like that. And you don't deserve to feel an ounce of guilt for any of that. My mom carries guilt for things that are not her fault as well, even though she gave up so much, sacrificed so much to be a caretaker. Anyway, yeah, not many people would do what you did, Steve. Sleeping there at the hospital every night for 4 months. That's incredible. You're an amazing human being. You really are. And that's so awful. Like that. I'm glad that you've made your peace with it now. That's good. You deserve peace. You don't deserve to carry any guilt around for that and be tormented by nightmares, for God's sake. You're a beautiful soul for what you're doing, for what you've done for your family and what you're doing for your grandma. Michael, oh, wait a minute. Michael says sort of makes sense given his theory that the original bottle tree is a hybrid mythological tree that's part Bodhi tree from Buddhist mythology and however you pronounce that from Norse.
Yeah.
What is
it? Yggdrasil? I'm probably butchering it.
I think it's Yggdrasil.
That looks like it looks like it needs more vowels badly. Like the first half of that word needs more vowels.
Well, it's a world tree with the 9 realms on it.
Yeah, Michael said the world tree in Norse mythology connects to Svartal,
Yeah.
Svartalfheim,
Yep.
the realm of the dark elves. Yggdrasil is the cosmic
Mhm.
tree that connects the 9 worlds. So maybe someone took a trip to the dark elves. Who knows?
Well, then they
Ig-
have that squirrel that sends messages up and down the tree into the realms too. I can't remember the squirrel's name.
oh, interesting.
Yeah, my boyfriend would know. There's a game where you play, I don't know what video game it is, but you play like Norse mythology, and then there's a squirrel that talks.
Really?
It's a squirrel that travels a world tree, and I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, okay. Weird. It sounds
It's
like
like
a
the
weird,
messenger for the gods, like Iris, the cupbearer, is the messenger for the gods of Olympus. It's kind of like a simpler thing.
yeah. Um, it's yeah, it sounds like an acid dream with a squirrel.
How
Anyway,
do you pronounce LG together? Leg or so?
I have no idea. Um,
So
uh,
I think just
I
the
say the
hard
world
G.
tree because I don't want to butcher that word.
David said that Yggdrasil is the snow globe looking place. Oh, nice, nice.
Hmm.
Steve, yeah, you should definitely do this. It sounds like you're truly cut out to be a caregiver. So that's a lovely thing to strive for, to go into nursing to help the elderly after your grandma passes. It's true. It's really sad how many elderly are just forgotten, left in hospitals and homes, and the staff don't always have that loving and caring touch that they need. Some of them do, and they're angels, and others just don't. And that's incredible. That's such a noble goal to strive for, and to be a man who's capable of nurturing is just, it's just so admirable, because so many men are just not that way. We're socialized in such a way that women tend to be the nurturers and men are not. But well, when I see something like that, I just have nothing but respect for a man who's capable of nurturing and caretaking a loved one the way that you do. um Anyway, so Michael said the
Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Michael. That's it. Ratatosk. That's a squirrel.
really? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Runs
Thank
up
you.
and down runs up and down the tree delivering messages between the
Mhm.
realms or some such. There we go. David said so the Yggdrasil, he was saying, is the snow globe looking place with a tree of life and the roots extending to the tunnels. Gotcha.
Well, I
Cool.
think that's the picture in From, right? That he's describing the snow
Yes.
globe.
The
Yeah.
snow globe picture that Victor drew.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, this is another one that is this related, Doc? Did I pull up on this related with the Norse?
It's
I think that's
Santa.
supposed to be. I think that's supposed to be like
Santa.
a depiction of dwarves or something. It was listed under one, but it looks like an AI photo to me.
Yeah, it looks like that to me too. It looks like Santa's involved in this somehow. Why Santa?
I could see that.
So
Santa.
these are supposed to be smaller because they look like they're like human size, but they're supposed to be smaller.
No, nope, I don't think so.
What are they
So
guarding? Where are they guarding this house?
that's where Snow White lives.
Oh.
It's very small.
She just seems standing up.
It's her outhouse.
Very nice.
Well, for parallels and from the ruins on some talismans and stone structures and the stone structures and from some people well, they look kind of like they're inspired by Norse or Celtic lore. Mischievous and subterranean nature aligns with general Fey characteristics show. Then, while not explicitly classified as Fey, they are also the Draugr, in Norse mythology. They're undead beings from Norse folklore, kind of like how the From monsters are described as former humans who died and became transformed as unforgiven dead. But yeah, they have a lot of characteristics as like that are often associated with vampires, but they look more just like rotting dead. And they're more of an undead than a fae. But I just want to throw that out there. There's kind of like a Nordic vampire creature called the Draugr. Draugr.
Hmm.
And that was the Nordic ones.
Do you have a picture of that one?
No, I don't think I downloaded one for that. Or did I? Did I put one up there for the Draugr? Actually, I might have.
Wait, there's this one. Is there
Oh,
another?
okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, that's the Dvergar.
So what's the one
Oh,
you're
okay.
talking about?
Scroll down. If I downloaded one, then it would be down there. I can't remember. I know I saw one, but I don't think I downloaded it.
Yeah. This is the end of the list here.
So no, I didn't download a picture for that one. But they
Okay.
just kind of looked like zombie warriors.
Mm.
So imagine a Viking with all the skin off of his face.
Ew.
Sexy. Actually, I
Mhm.
think I ran into him at a bar once.
Oh yeah. Did he have skin falling off his face that fell into his mouth, and he was like, delicious.
Yeah, actually, no.
Would you
So
like to
then
try?
for some other fae from Celtic, Irish, and Scottish lore, there's also the Tuatha De Danann, um, ancient Irish fairies. These older legends describe humanoid beings who towered over us, 7 to 9 feet tall, and came down out of the sky. They were considered friends of mankind, rescuing humans from giants, teaching them, and instituting laws. They lived in castles, built stone monuments, and inhabited underground cities. Um, they had the ability to erase portions of a person's memory, similar to the memory loss experienced by characters like Victor and Elgin. Sometimes they are known to abduct people, sometimes just to join fairy society, sometimes for not nice reasons. Their abduction method often involved tricking humans into a game with a prize, similar to the game of
Mhm.
Thief and From. They spoke a whistled language, the language of the birds. Then there's also the.
Crows.
Actually, I'm going to skip that. Well, actually, no, I'll read this one. So this actually didn't tie into the slow walkers. This tied into the spider symbolism in the show. There's
Yay.
Arianrod, a Celtic goddess of fertility, rebirth, and the weaving of cosmic time and fate. She is associated with spiders. Parallels and from, um, theorized as the goddess to whom the children were sacrificed. Spiders and webs seen with Boyd's experience are linked to her. Her association with weaving of cosmic time and fate fits the theme of being trapped in a cycle. Fatima's mysterious pregnancy is also linked to her fertility aspect. Book healing at Fromville is also linked to her due to Lucna spider thread being used to treat wounds in Irish folklore. Then there's also, of course, all the dream catchers that we see throughout Colony House. It seems to be Donna's thing.
Ooh.
So if any
Donna's like the
characters tie
Spider
those
Woman.
to spiders, yeah, it's Donna. She's the Spider Woman.
Yeah.
There's the Anku from Breton mythology, personification of death who collects the souls of the newly dead. This isn't quite a fairy, but we had that term Ankui in there, so I figured I'd throw this in. Ankus never speak aloud, but communicate via telepathic whispers directly into a victim's mind. Um, Parallels and from, this aligns with Sarah's experience of hearing voices. The word Anku is derived from the words for anguish or grief, Amkin, and to forget, Ankuat, which resonates with Tabitha's grief and Victor's drawings to prevent forgetting. Children's chant of Ankui, before John Griffin said that he just made it up, people theorized that it could be a derivative of Anku. Then there's, oh, does anyone want to comment before I move on, or? Okay.
Well,
uh,
I mean, I love that, maybe that this means they didn't just make up a fake word on Kui. Like they actually could have derived from actual mythology, because
I think they might have derived from multiple sources, including the Inuit Angakuk, which was a type of shaman in Inuit, or is a type of shaman in Inuit culture, um, often associated with fighting off malevolent entities or fending off malevolent entities.
Hmm. Yeah, I've seen theories about
Um,
that.
and the Angakuk in plural form is the Angakuit or Angakuit.
okay, interesting. Yeah, I like that. I like that, because it drove me crazy how it seemed like they just made up a random word and like, oh, it just means remember. Um, yeah, Angakut plural, like Michael said. Yes, David, From definitely combines many mythologies into one for sure. It's a melting pot of mythologies, and it's kind of fitting since America has always been described as a melting pot, and
Exactly.
everyone who winds up there is from America. So I think that really fits. Steve said if anyone has seen Thor Ragnarok, the soldiers with glowing green eyes that Hela uses to fight for her are Draugr. They're like undead fallen warriors of sorts. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that I haven't seen that one, but I saw the first Thor movie. Thank you, Steve. He said this stream is fucking great. Stream is fucking great, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the enthusiasm. Appreciate it. And thank you to everybody, all the 31 people watching. Appreciate you. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so. Would truly appreciate it. And make sure you're subscribed. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. I'm at 1.92K right now. We'll do a celebration stream when I finally get there. I think it's probably going to take a new series to get there, though. A series that I actually make regular videos on. That's how I get most of my subscribers, and I haven't made a video yet for Duster, but it's in the works. It's in the works. It'll be coming within the next few days. And then we'll be covering the Institute next month when it starts, July 13th, which actually works out amazingly well, by the way, because I looked at the calendar today and it could not be more perfect. Duster has 2 more episodes that we're going to be covering next week and the week after. And the week after that, the Institute begins. So as soon as Duster ends, the new series, with executive produced by Stephen King and Jack Bender of all people, that starts the week after Duster ends. So it couldn't be more perfect. We'll have a new show to just drop right in its place on Monday nights, and I have high hopes for it. I think it's an amazing concept. I love that Jack Bender and Stephen King are the masterminds behind it. That gives me a lot of hope that it's going to be a good show. So that'll be awesome. It'll be 8 episodes. We'll cover that every week with live streams on Mondays. Anyway, Scarlet, you sounded like you were going to say something. Did I cut you off?
Oh, I don't remember if I had something to say. Sorry, it's early.
It's okay.
I need to get my bell and ring for Mackie. Where's Mackie?
Yeah.
I need our Mackie appearance.
Yeah. Yeah. David said the Ankui. Wait, what word? The word could be an amalgamation of 3 or more words. Oh, okay, like Ankui. He said like the secret word Jabalon, which is Jehovah, Baal, and Osiris. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yes.
And he technically didn't lie if he said that he made it up, if it's derived from multiple sources. And if he was to actually give the explanation of how he derived the word, it'd kind of give probably too much away.
Yeah. That's a good point for sure. Nightman said, "Tale as old as time. The young people have words that boomers don't understand, making the old heads scream. Why didn't you just tell us what you meant?" While shaking their fists by a bottle tree. Kind of like Jade yelling up at the sky. You could have just fucking told me. Yeah. Yeah, that was very relatable. That was Jade was all of us in that moment, like with this show, just oh, why didn't you just fucking tell me this? Why instead of following around Jade saying Ankui all the time, just fucking say something. Say something other than Ankui. Anyway, I haven't heard Steve. I haven't heard anything about the movie Weapons, but I'll have to look into it. Yeah, I don't. I'm not really up on current movies coming out. Anyway, so
I mean, the Kui thing
Oh.
could go with a curse. They could be cursed to only say the word Kui.
mm-hmm.
And also too, I think I have images in there, or at least one image of a depiction of the Tuatha De Danann.
Mm-hmm. So so where are we now in this doc? Where do you want
I
to go
think I
next?
have. Oh, I think I have an image in there of the Tuatha De Danann that we spoke of earlier, the Irish fairies, the
Oh, I see
miniature
it.
ones. I forgot to mention. Sorry about that.
That's cool. Yeah. Oops. Let me make it a little smaller. Awesome.
And then
Yeah, that one looks like it has horns, or either that or a hat with horns. Cool.
yeah, warriors.
Yep. Very cool, Doc. Okay. It says brought
Then
magical gifts to Ireland.
mhm.
Interesting stuff. Okay. So now
Next is
now what's
red
next?
caps
Yeah.
and fetches.
Okay.
So
What is it again? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
two different distinct types of fae, red caps and fetches. These are types of dark fae. Red caps are a form of dark fae that are often considered to be goblins or referred to as goblins. Um, and they're not really tied in too much, but they're not really parallel too much from, but they are known to be repelled by specific symbols and dislike sunlight, are naturally strong and fast and relish torture. They are known to work with far more powerful fae, such as trickster fae. And then there's fetches. I don't have images of either of those though.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I
there's
don't see it.
fetches.
I don't see it in the notes here. Is this in a different page of the notes?
Oh, it's in there's a notes file that's titled fae types.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right.
Yeah, sorry, my notes can be a little chaotic.
Okay. No, it's all right. It's all right. So yeah, I'll just look for it. Let's see. Human. Let's see,
We're in Celtic fae.
changelings. Okay. Nope, I don't think this is the right
Red,
one. Anyway, you can go on
yeah,
anyway
you're in
while
the
I'm
right.
looking for it.
You're in the right file. You have
Oh,
just
okay.
there's a whole preamble that I skipped, and I just scrolled down.
Oh, I see it. Yep.
Sorry, I should have been a little bit more descriptive.
No, it's okay. Go on. So go on with what you were saying.
All right, next are fetches. They don't parallel the slow walkers. Fetches, I'm going to do a little bit more digging into, but I feel like these tie more into the ballerina, because they are shapeshifters, and they're often they'll often or sometimes shapeshift that into objects. Um, and so they'll be associated with like creepy objects like that. That's not really an old lamp there. That's a fetch. And something I didn't mention before or didn't come up in my notes is that a weakness of many types of fae, especially darker fae, is considered to be fire. And that while fire will not destroy or kill the fae, it can reveal, it will reveal its true form, or can reveal its true form. And I feel like that ties into with the ballerina and the box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Yeah. I finally found the right part in the notes here too. Um,
And then the
yeah, I
next
can
one I have an image for. Sorry to bounce you around.
no, it's okay. What's
It's
the
the
image?
next is the Fomorians, and
Mm-hmm.
I think I have two of the Fomorians. They are monstrous fae. They are the mortal enemies of the Tuatha De Danann, who inhabit the nether regions of the world. They are linked to giants. They're mentioned as a foul race that comes out at night and can live underground or underwater.
There it is. Oh, that's horrifying.
Yeah,
Look at that.
that's like the type of movie that I'd want to
Again, it
watch,
looks
some
like
sort
some
of
kind of
giant
demon.
creature. Yeah,
Yeah. The
some
wings
could
and the
argue that
horns, it looks like some kind of demon thing. Mm-hmm.
some could argue that demons are Christian dark fae,
Mm.
or at least some are.
They certainly
Now you
resemble
can kind of
that.
see
They evoke
where
that kind of
some.
image.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I was gonna say now you can see where it gets how as it comes a little hits a little bit closer to home, how when you start to use an umbrella term like that, some people might be like, wait a minute, hold on, I don't like, you know, things from my religion being put under an umbrella term like that. But yeah, you could throw a lot of different types of demons into under that Fey heading. Um, I think there are other entities too, like aren't those like Nephilim or something? There's, I don't know too much about those stories, but I think that they're kind of like another worldly creature too. And then
Mm-hmm.
there are a lot of stories that tie angels and stories about angel experiences to people to experiences with light elves as well, and some overlap there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then
Mm-hmm.
let's see, where was I? Oh, okay. Then we already did the Norse Fae, so skipping down to Michael's favorite, the Inuit Fae. I'm only covering two of them here. If Michael wants to chime in the comments about others, go ahead. Um, so the two that I'm going to touch upon here, well, one I already touched upon. So I guess just one is the Egerak or Egerak. Plural would be Egerate. It's a shape-shifting entity. Oh, and I have images of these two, or at least one. I think I got two of them. Yeah, I have two of them. It's a
Okay.
shape-shifting entity known for kidnapping children and concealing them. They can assume various forms: human, animal hybrid, raven, bear, wolf, and they pilfer memories, leaving victims disoriented. They inhabit the interstitial space between two worlds. They live in that liminal space. So actually tying, I there's a lot more story behind the Egerak. I have a whole file just on that, and just on that in Inuit folklore. Uh, but they are also tied to the Inuksuk, or Inukshuk, the the stone the stone the stacking stones there that Tabitha plays with and that the children play Ankui kids play with. That's called an Inukshuk or Inuksuk. The Inuit people use those to help travelers get from point A to point B, to guide people who are lost. The original story too, that of the origin is that and a little girl was told in a dream um, to make them to help bring her father and her brother who were out hunting and seemed to have gotten lost, to help bring them back home. And then turned out they did find the Inukshuk, little stone stacks, and actually they're stacked to in the form of a rudimentary shape of a person, um, and followed those home. They're also used to mark different things like food caches and stuff. But and they also the Inuksuit was also the like icon for I think it was the 2009 Winter Olympics or Olympics in Canada. Um, so that's tied directly into Inuit mythology too, and also guiding people back from the land of the Inuit, because when people were lost, um, it was there was the story that all right. So let me backpedal a little bit. So the story about the Inuit, or some of the stories about them, is that they were people who traveled too far. I think it was too far north, and they wandered into kind of like a liminal realm or some realm that they shouldn't have, and they became the Inuit by that somehow while they were living in that realm. They became these fey creatures, the Inuit, and or the Inuit, and then there's the idea that if you travel too far north or you travel too far, um, and you might get lost, you might find yourself in the land of the Inuit and become kidnapped by them. Um, and they would also use this to explain too when people were found, I guess like from shock or whatever, they might be disoriented. Um, and the idea though was that yeah, they'll steal memories. They'll make you forget all of your experiences with them, and different things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And also too to combat the Inuit, you needed an Angakuk, the Inuit shaman. So you needed
Yep.
the Ankuit. The Ankuit defeated the Inuit.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely think that's an influence on the show. There's another picture here too.
They're often
This
associated with shadow people as well. They had the Inuit have their own term for it.
Look at this thing. Oh my God. This thing is wild looking. It's got antlers and like I don't know what that is behind it. Oh, wings. I guess some kind of weird wings, and it's taking a baby.
Mhm. And now with the Inuit, um, they would often take human forms, but they always kind of they would always have like glowing red eyes, regardless of what form they took. Their natural form was said to be kind of like a humanoid, like looking like a human, but with their mouth and their eyes being kind of what was it, a vertical instead of horizontal. And I have the image of the other image of them there. That's that too.
So what is it? What is it called? The image, is it, what's it under?
Should be right there on the side of it. I think I have those two right on the side of each other. Ejirac and Ejirac. You probably already had it up.
Yeah, I
I
did.
wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't looking at the screen, but yeah, you can see how like the eyes are vertical instead of horizontal, and the same with the mouth. And then it's got those claws. This is actually I think this is actually a really old photo too, well, old image. So you can kind of see like there's a little bit of a comparison to our monsters and from.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Those faces are disturbing as hell. That's nightmare fuel. That is scary stuff. And and yeah, like they have certain human-like qualities. They've got like, humanoid features, the hair, the hands, but like the face is all screwed up, kind of like the monsters when they transform and stuff and stuff. Sometimes they still have their you know, like Smiley. And there was one scene where he still had his hair and everything, but his face had transformed.
Mhm. And the next is the Japanese Fae. I don't have any images of these. I kind of was running down to the wire. Um, but we have the yokai and the yosei, or yosei. Japanese folklore includes spirits with supernatural powers, such as the yokai and yosei. which can be considered a type of almost like a super fairy. Some examples include the Yuki-onna, a snow spirit, and the Kitsune, fox spirit, known for illusion magic. There's also the kimono lady, and she's kind of linked to, or seems to be linked to the Japanese yokai Ao Nyobo. And I think it was with Alice actually brought this up to me, but I think Taryn's mentioned it before too. Ao Nyobo. Maybe he mentioned a different one, the blue lady. And they're seen to be wearing kimonos. The idea was that that courtesans in Japan, that they had to stay single until they're married and whatever. And there are a lot of them that they would just wait around for the perfect suitor, and they would never be married. And legend had it that if that happened, that they could become a blue woman, a blue lady. And blue, the term blue was associated with like naivety, and that they become like this kimono ghoul creature, that they become changed, and kind of ties into the whole fairy folklore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see what we have in the chat here. So Michael said in the Inuit religion, an Izurak is a shape-shifting creature that's said to kidnap children, hide them away, and abandon them. The Inuksuk of stone allow these children to find their way back if they can convince the Izurak to let them go. Yes.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, yeah, I think, and thanks for dropping these links, Michael. You always have some great info and sources that you dig up, so I appreciate you sharing. Michael said their eyes will always stay red no matter what they shapeshift into. Their real form is just like a human, but their eyes and mouth are sideways. Oh, wow. And the monster has, you betcha, glowing red eyes. Just like that picture Victor drew with the black figure with glowing red eyes. I've always, like Michael here, I've always looked at that and think that represents the big bad. It just gives me that vibe. This black shadowy figure with glowing red eyes always gave me that vibe too, Michael. Yeah. So anyway, Michael said so like those I think he's talking about the Inuksuks here too, basically used as literal or spiritual guideposts, but also for other practical purposes like marking directions, marking food caches, caches or caches, I forget how to say that,
I
etc.
think caches is fine. I think it
Yeah.
can be either.
Yeah. Please like the
And it was
stream. Yes, please. Go ahead, Doc.
it was a major taboo to destroy an Inukshuk. So if someone made one, you had to leave it standing. It was like almost like law, or maybe it was law. There really is too. Like, we could do a whole program just on the Inuit ties. Maybe we will someday.
We totally could, because there's a lot. I really think that's a strong influence on the show. So there's a lot more we could dive into just on that one mythology alone. Nightman, what's the likelihood of winning against the baby snatcher in hand-to-hand combat? That one that I was showing before, yeah, probably not too likely. That thing looked terrifying. David said, I like to look at demons as D equals negative and Mons equals moon, relating to the waters and emotions, and therefore representing the negative emotions weighing us down, like demons sitting on our shoulders. I like that, David. I love your esoteric insights. That's so
I like
interesting.
that a lot.
I certainly have too many of those. I need to get rid of mine. They're like basically weighing me down, like constantly on my shoulders for years. You know, I'm ready to just let them go. Just let them go. I'm at a point in my life where I'm tired of being weighed down by all of this. But it's easier said than done, you know. What one wonders, yes, there was an official tweet that Michael shared from the official MGM account. One wonders if the glowing red eyes they put in there are an indicative clue. Yeah, I'll pull that up and show it. I'll just give me a minute and I will. But in the meantime, Doc, what else do we have on this? Is that it
All
for
right.
this section?
No, we got three more here.
Okay.
Lovecraftian entities. Those are all the way
Okay.
down at the bottom. So,
All
and I
right.
have images for two of them. I have images for the deep
Love-
ones and for the King in Yellow. Um,
Oh yeah, I
so
see here.
there are a lot of Fey parallels with Lovecraft. I have a whole document on that. I don't know if we'll be able to get to that. But he was heavily influenced by folklore. By he, I mean H.P. Lovecraft, kind of reinterpreting them in like horror version, um, like with the story about the man in yellow. There something I think wrote that, and it was part of like
Chambers,
oh, R.W.
Robert.
Chambers. Yeah, there we go. I was totally off by the name. But but yeah, it was kind of like dark fairy tales almost. And H.P. Lovecraft was very inspired by that book and others. I think that author. And but yeah, anyway, so in so the first one I have up here is the deep ones. So we have the deep ones from the Shadow over Innsmouth. The Shadow over Innsmouth is a story by H.P. Lovecraft, and it's got a lot of front parallels. Now, I showed you a horrifyingly gory interpretation of that story called Dagon. Um, and I've got an image of that cover, well, of that poster in there. And I also have another image of I think older artwork maybe of the deep ones,
The
different
deep ones.
interpretation. Yeah, the
Okay.
deep ones. And then there might be one listed as Dagon.
I see deep ones. This is,
Oh, maybe.
yeah. Oh
Okay,
wow,
that was
yeah.
the. Oh, maybe that's the only one I downloaded then.
There's another one too. There's this one and there's another too. Like this is terrifying.
Oh,
He's
okay.
got 2 rows of teeth. Those are 2 rows of teeth up there.
Yeah.
That is scary. That's very scary. Oh my God. Yeah. Nightmare fuel, for those of you who haven't slept yet. Happy
Geek
nightmares.
Academy. Geek Academy was keen to point out the resemblance of the From monsters with the deep ones from that film with the double rows of teeth. And yeah, that seems to be an older depiction of what they looked like from the stories. But we also know that John Griffin was heavily influenced by film as well, specifically citing being heavily influenced, at least throughout his life, by the film adaptation of Salem's Lot. He didn't specifically say the book. He said the film, probably because he probably saw it before he was reading books like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
This one
from the
here is
Shadow over.
cool. This is the other
Yeah,
one that with the deep ones. This looks like some kind of reptile thing.
yep.
Yeah. What is he
They're
holding on to? What the hell is this thing he's grabbing?
some kind of stone
It looks like a stone with carvings in it.
tablet.
Interesting.
And
Yeah.
yeah, they're like fish people kind of. They're half ichthytic, half batrachian monsters. I don't know where the hell it came up with that term, but they're interbred with humans, leading to physical transformation, the Innsmouth look, and a form of immortality. They engaged in bargains with humans involving human sacrifice. And so parallels from there's obviously that resemblance with the two rows of teeth to the deep ones from the portrayal in the film Dagon. Um, strange fish eyes, anglerfish-like teeth, concept of former humans transformed into monstrous immortal beings through a dark bargain for eternal life, directly parallels Deep One's lore. Um, the esoteric order of Dagon from Lovecraft's lore also involves grisly rituals and human sacrifice, echoing the origins of the From monsters. Also, in the story The Shadow over Innsmouth, the protagonist finds himself in Innsmouth, which is a town that's overrun by these deep ones, um, and then discovers that he is one of them, um, and not that is becoming one. Not that he is becoming changed by Innsmouth, but that he actually is descended from deep ones in Innsmouth, and that he is actually returning, and that his return was prophesied.
Okay.
And so I feel like there's a little bit of a parallel there with From too, with the whole family thing, returning to where you come from,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and
Absolutely.
these weird prophecies or whatnot. But next I have up here is the Migo. I don't have any images of them because it didn't really tie into the show, at least what they look like. They're from Whisper and Darkness. It's H.P. Lovecraft's only story. So there's this a lot of people for some reason they associate Hastur with H.P. Lovecraft, but he's not associated really with H.P. Lovecraft. He's only referred to once in the story The Whisperer in Darkness, and he's really kind of only mentioned in passing, although there's a lot more discussion of Carcosa um, in the story. But yeah, anyway, in Whisper in Darkness, these are non-terrestrial fungoid beings from the planet Yuggoth. They are described as pinkish, 5 feet long, with crustaceous bodies and wings, and they have unique heads covered in antennae. They communicate primarily through telepathy, but have rudimentary vocal organs capable of imitating human speech. They mine a unique stone and harm only those who spy on them. They have human agents and spies, um, and people that are around them. They experience this buzzing in their minds or in their heads, and it's very much like the cicada buzzing. They describe it in stories as bee buzzing, but I feel like the whole cicada thing also ties into the myth of Tithonus, which I did not make a document on, unfortunately, but I wasn't sure if we would have time to get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
uh,
Um.
oh, there were definitely ties though to this story, also to so there were things with a lot of things with deals also in that story, making deals with entities from other worlds,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Mm-hmm.
exchanges for kind of like a form of immortality, but not quite. And um, Now, in the writing, Lovecraft explicitly links these creatures to the fantastic lore of lurking little people and malign fairies. In the story, the people that in Vermont, a lot of people were, I guess, Irish or came from Ireland or Scotland, places where they had stories about fairies or little people, and they associated the weird things that were happening and the weird people that they were seeing with um, fairy folklore. They had standing stones, like kind of like druidic stones, that kind of paralleled the stones in From as well. And
Okay.
then we have the King in Yellow or Hastur. Uh, Now, as I mentioned, Hastur's kind of only mentioned in passing um, in Lovecraft, um, but he's part of the whole like pantheon of beings that are acknowledged to exist and stuff, and create terror in the Lovecraft and the Cthulhu mythos. Um, so we have the King in Yellow or Hastur, um, and this figure is rooted in, considered to be connected to the man in yellow. And I didn't do a full breakdown. I didn't really do a breakdown of man in yellow. I mean, the king in yellow. But that's the Lovecraft connections as far as those creatures go. Sorry, my mind is starting to get a little bit blurry as it approaches 5 a.m.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, the king in yellow is the one that people point to the most, I know. And like the Robert Chambers story is it really, I remember Doug read it and he said like he really couldn't find any parallels with the Chambers story. The guy is basically insane and he imagines all of this stuff, and the King in Yellow is hardly even really in it at all, except I think he's part of
Yeah,
some kind of dream.
I watched part of the movie.
Yeah.
The movie, it's a lot of these movies are indie films, a lot of the Lovecraftian ones. Um, but it was it struggled with the audio, so I had a hard time picking up a lot of the dialogue, and there were no captions in the version I was watching. Or at least maybe I forgot to put them on, but I was having a hard time following it. But it didn't seem like there was a whole lot in common. Um, with From, other than they've got a play that drives people mad and gives people these delusions of grandeur.
Hmm. Yeah, I think that is a parallel. I think and Doug pointed this out too. Like the Chambers story involving the King in Yellow doesn't seem to have any connections, but a Lovecraft is another story. Lovecraft uses this King in Yellow character and
No, but no, he
Carcosa.
doesn't.
Huh?
But he doesn't. But he doesn't. That's all Chambers.
Really? So
Yeah.
where does
Um,
Lovecraft come in here?
Reddit users making mistakes with where they're getting characters from. I think a lot of so the problem with Lovecraft and associations with Lovecraft is there's a lot of writers have based stuff off of Lovecraft. There are a lot of like or have like further developed his lore. So Lovecraftian lore has expanded far beyond H.P. Lovecraft. And so in that, Haster has become, probably I think used it by other authors and writers when expanding on H.P. Lovecraft lore because Haster is and the King in Yellow are mentioned briefly in passing in Whisper in Darkness. But originally it was Chambers. So there are probably later stories that written by other people that are not H.P. Lovecraft or Chambers that are associated with, using Lovecraft and Chambers as foundations for their writing and for their story, but it's not actually directly related to Lovecraft. He only mentions Haster in passing.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tried, I tried so hard to find information when everyone was talking about this King in Yellow stuff and Lovecraft. I Googled and Googled and I looked at different pages related to Lovecraft and I was able to find, different references made to Carcosa and some kind of
Yes,
a
you'll see
dream
you'll see
like
references to Carcosa.
yeah, and like this the thing that I thought was most relevant was really this dream. I forget what it was called, the Dreamlands, in some of his stories, where people could enter there either through dreams or while awake. They could enter this other realm, the Dreamlands. But
Those are fascinating.
yeah, but I couldn't find much on this, like anything about how the King in Yellow connects to Lovecraft. Like I tried, I looked all over.
Right. You could find more information about the land of the king, land associated with the King in Yellow, Carcosa, in H.P. Lovecraft's writing. So yeah, that is where people are correct. H.P. Lovecraft does reference Carcosa and mention it a bunch of times, but he doesn't actually refer to the King of Yellow really more than just like once or twice, and it's really only in passing. I'm wondering too how much are people trying to theorize based on hallucinations of ChatGPT conversations. Because I think that happens sometimes too with some of the theories I've seen. Because I've seen things that just don't make any sense that people are posting, and it's like if you've seen the show, that wouldn't make any sense. I also saw someone post in a comment that the Civil War predated fairy mythology, so therefore, how could they be using fairy mythology in the show from? And that made
Mhm.
absolutely no sense to me. I don't even know where that person, what that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where some of this stuff comes from. Like, yeah, it's like a game of telephone. Um, Sometimes, like someone will come up with something and then it goes through like person to person, and people just get the impression that something is true when in fact it's something that's been passed along and distorted, and then everyone has like misconceptions as a result of it, like this King in Yellow stuff.
I think it's probably actually just due to all the stories and games, because they make a lot of games tied to H.P. Lovecraft lore. They probably use Haster and the King in Yellow, and so that's probably why it's tied to H.P. Lovecraft, especially since his name is more people know the name H.P. Lovecraft than know the name Robert Chambers.
Oh, yeah, that's for damn sure. Yeah, I had never heard of Robert Chambers. So, um, talking yellow, make it happen, John Griffin. Um, let's
Um,
see.
the next part is deal-based magic. Do we have anything to say or read before we get to that?
I wanted to pull up Michael's link, but it's going to take me a minute to, I forgot again. I've got to open my YouTube tab because there's a link that he posted to that, big bad looking thing that MGM
Okay.
tweeted out, the red eyes. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, I'm in the process of, hopefully getting my
Um,
laptop replaced so that I can do these things quicker. Sorry, what, Doc?
oh, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you were going because you wanted me to continue reading while you looked for that.
I found it. I got it here.
Okay.
I got it right here. This is the tweet that Michael shared of the black figure with the glowing red eyes. It's loading. And this, I've seen it hanging among Victor's drawings on the show, and,
Oh yeah, I remember this
and I
one.
find that so interesting that MGM chose this one to tweet. Mm-hmm. What, Doc?
Oh, I remember he sent it to me before. I remember this one. I know it's not up there yet, but I remember him sending me this.
This is an old tweet, and
Yeah.
it says the monsters are real and they will get you, from on Epic. So this is old. This is from February 18th, 2022. And I think, yeah, I've always gotten the sense that that drawing could be a representation of the big bad, that thing with the red eyes right here. And they even did an animation of it. That's so cool. Anyway, so yeah, what's next?
Deal-based magic in Fey lore and from. Common motif in Fey lore is deal-based magic, where supernatural beings offer something desired in exchange for a price, often with deceptive or dire consequences. Uh, so as we know, the original cursed sacrifice of From, it's kind of central to the origin story, involves the former human residents sacrificing children for eternal life, a bargain that resulted in their transformation into nightmare creatures. This perfectly mirrors the Fey tradition of making deals that twist desires. The talismans that protect houses are theorized to operate based on deal-based magic, or or illogical set of rules that the Fae must obey. The protection is effective only if the dwelling is completely sealed, and intentionally opening the entrance voids the protection. This contractual nature of the talismans strongly aligns with the Fey rules, where bargains are taken very literally. There's Sarah's deal. where Sarah's experiences, including the voices commanding her to kill, are seen as a deal or manipulation by the entities, which she initially believed would help them escape. Also, too, I feel like a lot of times we see almost like a deal being made when characters are lost that the other characters gain something. For example, Boyd returning with the talismans only for the town to be slaughtered by Abby, um, or knowledge coming with a price, as the man in yellow states, and then takes Jim's life in exchange for them learning about the origins of the children and their origins really. There are probably more examples too that I'm not
Mhm.
mentioning here that people can think of.
Right, right. Um, yeah, the deal-based magic. Yeah, that ties directly to From. Um, yeah, and the deception of it. So what we saw with Sarah and Elgin, uh, it all goes back to the original deception, I think. The whatever entity deceived the townsfolk into making that deal for immortality and then turning them into monsters, it's probably the same entity that's controlling whatever, it's the same entity that tricked Sarah and tricked Elgin, or this kimono lady is probably, I would say, connected to that entity. And yeah, so you're tricking them into thinking they'll all get to go home. Sarah has to, kill people, kill a kid, leave a door open for the monsters. Elgin, he had to kidnap Fatima, and it's a false deal. They were deceived both times, and yeah, with dire consequences in both cases. I mean, Fatima wound up okay, but traumatized by the whole experience, and now Elgin's missing an eye. So yeah, this fits 100%.
Totally a bad deal.
Yeah, extremely.
That also kind of ties into the next part, because Fae, they love their games, often malicious ones. It's a pervasive motif. Uh, theme of life being a game or a series of trials orchestrated by supernatural entities is kind of prevalent in Fae folklore, um, especially among tricksters. And there's a pervasive theme of the town operating kind of like a game with trials and challenges for human, um, or like as entertainment. Um, McDonough explicitly states that the game here is fucking rigged. The man in yellow um, is theorized to be an entity who loves to play games, treating people like cards. Um, this ties into people's theories on Reddit. The recurring appearance of cards, tarot, ordinary decks in the show, particularly in The Lighthouse and with Tilly, reinforce this game motif. The character of Dr. Mabuse, a literary character who is known for playing with people like cards, controlling inanimate objects, and is also hinted at as an inspiration from seeing Mabuse on technology and like the ambulance in different places. I'm looking to the idea of manipulation and a rigged game. Psychological torture, the monster's actions, such as taunting residents like Boyd and Fatima and creating confusing and desperation, are not just for sustenance, but for sadistic joy or entertainment derived from the human reactions. That aligns perfectly with Fae, who delight in chaos, control, and emotional manipulation. Cyclical natures, like cyclical nature of the town, um, the reincarnation, repeating of cycles experienced by the characters like Jade and Tabitha can be seen as part of this ongoing game or story that the entities oversee. Um, there's a lot more too, like and Taran Matharu speaks of this too on Reddit. Like he talks about how the talismans are kind of like a game of Parcheesi, where they represent kind of like the safe places or something like that, or I don't know how to play Parcheesi, so I'm not going to be able to get the analogy very correct, but he also discusses how it's almost like the entities are playing, or maybe the entities are playing a game that was played with tarot cards, when the first games played with tarot cards, and using each of the townspeople, that each of the townspeople represents a specific card, like Jim representing the Hanged Man, and also grandmother's footsteps, or red light, green light. When you're not looking, the monsters can move fast, but when you are looking, the monsters only move slow.
Could be. Yeah. Because like, for example, Father Cautry, his back was turned when a monster came up behind him and said father to trick him to turn around, and then boom, like split second slit his throat. And like there was that monster, the monster that killed Tom, lunged at him and got him when he wasn't looking. He was pinned under the house. He wasn't looking at that time. And then, then there's Miranda. I think she might not have been looking in Smiley's direction when he started to run at her. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look. But that's an interesting idea.
And also too, what are the monsters dressed like? They're dressed like archetypes, right? Where have we seen a whole set of these like same exact archetypes that the monsters are dressed as?
I'm not sure.
So it's a card game.
A card game.
It's Old Maid.
I was just gonna say Old Maid, but I wasn't sure. Yeah. Old Maid.
They are each dressed like an Old Maid character, even Smiley.
Interesting.
And even when we see, and now there's a lot of debate, and I'm sure we're going to get into this next week, about the number of the monsters. But I do have to say, we have 2 recurring waitress monsters. Those actresses keep coming back, both of them, and they both keep coming back as waitresses. So I don't think it's just a case of actor availability.
Yeah. Interesting.
It might be, because I do know that one of the waitress monsters, her life can be in flux a little bit, it seems like, because she's a full-time nurse. So she's got other responsibilities. So I don't know if maybe that's why there are 2 different actresses playing the waitress monster, but I don't think it is, because I feel like if they were to bring her to set, she'd probably use vacation time to cover it. Or maybe not, maybe she doesn't have it. Okay, now I'm digging into what her work life must be like. All right, let's move on from that.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
but anyway, I'm trying to theorize about why we have multiple waitress monsters. But
It is odd, yes. That they're switching back and forth. Good morning, Mackie. Nice to see you.
Mackie!
We missed you. Yeah. We were just talking about you earlier. Scarlet said that she summoned you on the Sci-Fi Vision stream. she rang on Sci-Fi stream. Yes. He said, I thought I was gonna miss the live because I fell asleep, but I forgot this is Julie B we talking about. Yes, you're right, Mackie. We didn't even start until like 1:30 in the morning, so you're not too late, but we are gonna wrap up soon. I think we're getting near the end of tonight's installation, right, Doc?
Yeah, pretty much. We covered like most of the or pretty much all of the important stuff. We got more that we can talk about, but yeah, I think at this point, I have just like, I figured we'll go over some of the theories that have been thrown out there, and then if we have more energy, we can continue on. If not, we can wrap it up.
All right, sounds good. And I might, if I might soon just try something different. I don't know if it'll work, but I was thinking about trying it. Going outside, walking, joining on my phone and seeing how that works, if you can still hear me. I'm gonna do a little experiment.
Okay.
So I can manage my pain and we can continue a little bit longer. Hey, David D. Nice to see you. He said there's a deck in Victor's room when he was a boy. Oh, an old maid deck? Really?
Yep. Yeah, there is. That was I got that from Reddit. There were people on not Reddit on Facebook. There were people on Facebook who were pointing out the old maid thing. I was able to find only one theory on Reddit, and I don't think I found any videos about it. But I think was it Geek Academy or someone did make a reference to the theory, or at least to how they're dressed like old maid cards, but didn't really go beyond that. I suspect that they found a pack of old maid cards and had fun with it, and they also probably wanted some archetypes, or the entity wanted some archetypes to work with to kind of show these are modern people.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I had no idea. I didn't notice that. The old maid deck. That's interesting considering that these outfits look a lot like old maid characters. That's so cool. Yeah. I'm gonna have to look up some old maid images and compare now. I used to play that all the time when I was a kid. Samuel said Sarah and Bacta could fit the waitress archetype. Yep, for sure. David said old maid cards in Victor's room when Tabitha goes to Henry's house. If you research that deck, you will see the monster's wardrobe on the cards. No kidding, David. I'm going to have to look into that. Interesting. Milkman, Smiley, Librarian, and Ballerina are all in the deck. Wow. Interesting stuff. See, the attention to detail in this series is incredible. The things that are planted in scenes that you wouldn't notice unless you're really dissecting it closely, like us crazies do here. And I say that affectionately. I'm proud to be one of the crazies. Geek Academy is the one who started that. He says I'm one of the crazies, and I love that. I'm proud to be one of the crazies who dives deep into a show this complex and fascinating. And Mackie said, damn, I'll be here again for the next one if you do end soon. Yeah, we might. I'm gonna do a little experiment and go outside and see if I can if you can still hear me. So we'll see how that goes. Because I'd like to continue longer if I can and still take care of myself, and Doc still has some steam in him. As long as Doc wants to keep going, I'll give it a shot and see what I can do.
I suspect I have another hour's worth of steam in me. I often tend to be like, oh, I can do this. I can do this. I got to be realistic. So I remember last time I said that, and then like 45 minutes, an hour later, I was like nodding off while standing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you're a night owl like me, so you can do this. And I know, like, we both have unusual sleep schedules. You have a different work schedule than the average person, so that helps.
Yeah, and I was up till 7 a.m. Last night working on this stuff. I was actually working on but the rest of them don't. I was working on this long, elaborate script, and I decided to just scrap it. That it was going to be easier and more organized to just go through it this way instead. But I was
Yeah,
able to grab a lot of other things and flesh out some things in the process. So it's not like it was wasted time.
that's good. Yeah, yeah. Well, you're doing better than me. I've gotten to the point where I'm both a night person and a morning person, so I'm up way past 7 a.m. now. I've tried to fix it, but I'm not having much success so far. I'll be up until the afternoon and then sleep from afternoon into evening. It's bizarre, but I keep trying to fix it and then I keep screwing it up. Anyway, David said wrong link. I'm trying to copy the correct one. What link? You're trying to share a link, David? Because if you want to share a link, I'll give you a wrench so you can do that. Because you gotta have a link. Hold on. Let me see if I'll give you a wrench in case you do want to share a link at any point, David. Anyway, while I'm doing that, where are we, Doc? Where did we leave off now?
Did deal-based magic and games. We did games. All right, let's scroll past the H.P. Lovecraft stuff down to theories regarding Fae and From. I wish it had cited the sources for these though. All right, well, All right. So numerous fan theories posit a strong Fae influence on From, interpreting various elements of the show through the lens of Fae folklore. Fromville as a Fae trap / From. The most prevalent theory suggests that Fromville is a large Fae trap, a magically created pocket dimension where normal physics and logic do not apply, designed to torment humans for entertainment or sustenance. This otherworld traps victims in a dimensional loop from which escape is not clearly possible. Next theory, monsters as dark fae, or Sluagh or changelings. The monsters are theorized by some to be Sluagh, a type of dark fallen fairy or unforgiven dead, who were once human but are now damned souls. Their ability to appear human by day and monsters by night, their sadistic nature, and their repulsion by talismans all align with Sluagh characteristics. They are often considered changelings, magically created beings that take the place of abducted humans. This fits with the idea that the monster form is their true form and they mimic humans, potentially collecting personal items for this purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, the boy in white as a good fae / trickster fae. The boy in white is seen as a benevolent fae or good fairy who attempts to help residents, sometimes acting as an opposing force to the monsters. However, he is also theorized to be a trickster fae who manipulates events for his own amusement or own morals or whatever, maintaining subtle control over the town's reality. His association with dogs is noted, as animals can sometimes see fae. Talisman fae weaknesses. The 12 talismans are believed to be pieces of a puzzle or clue. They are crucial for survival, and it ties kind of into the game theme again. Protecting homes when hung in closed spaces. This theory suggests that they are made of, there's a theory that suggests that they are made of slate, which contains iron, a known weakness for fae and folklore, or operate on deal-based magic. Faraway trees as portals. These trees where people get trapped are considered portals or fairy trees connecting the fae world with the real world. The fallen tree in the road is specifically identified as a fae trap. So there's, in folklore, there's the idea that you don't want to cut down a fairy tree or a fae tree. And there are actually still some places of the world that they kind of respect that tradition, apparently, where if they believe a tree is a fae tree that's used as a portal for the fairies, and if you chop it down, that bad things can happen.
Oh, okay.
And so there's a theory, or there are theories that the fallen tree is a fallen fairy tree, and that it created kind of like a one-way entry point.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. The fallen tree thing is one of the biggest mysteries in the show. Like, why are these trees always part of it? It's like maybe they are. There's a popular theory that those fallen trees are a form of faraway tree in themselves, even though we've never seen one with a big hole in it, but still, it could still be a type of faraway tree or a fairy tree, like it says here.
Oh, tying back to the games, and I think, and I feel like it's been disproven, unless, well, we already know that Tabitha is special. But there was a theory that I'd come across that I found it interesting, because if it was true, it would actually fit really nicely. It was that faraway trees are safe to travel through at night, but are not safe to travel through during the day. And that's one of the main reasons why the nightmare creatures are out at night and not during the day, is to prevent people from getting to the faraway trees and using them to travel throughout Fromville or out of Fromville.
Okay.
But we've already seen that Tabitha goes into at least the Bottle Tree one and ends up at the lighthouse, and she does that during the day. But she's also special, and she went through the Bottle Tree portal. So but Dale went through the Bottle Tree too. So
Yeah.
and that's when he was reunited with his late brother Chip.
With his late brother, who?
Chip.
Oh,
Chip and Dale.
Chip and Dale, yes.
Yeah, they were dancers and rescue rangers.
Really? Um, David, I'm just in case you want to share a link to what it is you were talking about. I just gave you a wrench. So if you have a link to what you were talking about regarding the old maid cards in Victor's room, I gave you a wrench. So just in case. If you feel like dropping it, now you have the ability to drop links. People have you have to have a wrench or AKA be a moderator to drop links. But I give out wrenches to anyone who I just want to have the ability to drop links. Doesn't mean you have to be some kind of moderator or something. But yeah, I do that. I do that for people who have channels so that they can promote their stuff here.
Oh, good.
So,
I
yeah.
just took new photos of myself with my new underwear. Let me post the link. No, I'm kidding.
No,
Don't post stuff like that, though, please. Just full
Yes.
warning. Please don't.
Yes, please. Yeah, please don't. Please share links responsibly. I'm entrusting you when I give out a wrench. I'm entrusting you with that. With great power comes great responsibility. So don't abuse that sweet power to drop links. Anyway, so Kelly. So let's see. Michael says, let's see, oh, wait a minute. Let me just scroll up and check in really quick. Then I'm going to do a little experiment and step outside. I think if I step outside and walk, I can let this keep on going for a bit longer. Sorry, what, Doc?
Okay, cool. I'm gonna need like 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Right now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, sure. I'll check in with the chat, and then after you get back, I'll step outside.
Yeah, because I drank a whole monster. All right, I'll be right back.
No worries. Samuel said maybe one of the nurses is an actual nurse and the other is a student nurse. Could be. Dieter said hopping out again, but I can still help when needed, folks. Thank you. Much love to you too, Dieter. Thank you for popping back in. You know, you've got responsibilities, you've got stuff to do. I appreciate all that you do. Michael said the numbers on the board seem to be just the date. Let's see, what board? Hold on, let me go back up. What did Dieter say? He said something about what numbers on a board. I can't find whatever it was Dieter was saying, but by the way, Doug Hughes is available on Cameo, and if you want to order a personalized video from him, you can click the link and buy one. Worth every penny. He puts so much effort and care and cleverness into every video and thoughtfulness. Just really awesome. Worth every penny videos. Michael said something about the numbers on the board seem to be just a date. So I think he's talking about the there are numbers in those images where Boyd and Kenny are and Harold and Ricky are filming on the set of From now. There are new pictures and there are numbers on this I forget what it's called, this the thing that they use to start every scene. You know, I forget what the thing is called, but it says 23/6/25, and that is probably June 23rd, 2025 when they started shooting. Yeah, Michael, I agree. People are analyzing this like it might be some kind of clue. But I agree. It's probably all that is. Like scene and take numbers as well. So there are also some numbers and letters. Because if they have to reshoot the same scene multiple times, there'll be different scenes and takes. Absolutely. So they use numbers and letters. Absolutely, Michael. That totally makes sense. You're welcome, David. Trying to find it a while ago back, but if I will find it, I will share. Thanks, David. Yeah, no pressure, no rush. But if you do happen to find it, whether it's in this stream or another stream, now you have a wrench, so you can share it. Or any other interesting info that pertains to what we're talking about with From. And to Samuel, that's for the OnlyFans. Yeah, let's not share that kind of content. Oh, we got Pandecolima. We have 2 Pandecolimas here now. Yeah.
Hola.
There we go.
Did somebody already say that it's called the clapperboard, the thing you were talking about?
No, I was trying to. I didn't know what it was called. It's called the clapperboard.
That's what I just saw on Google.
Oh, okay.
Take one, snap. Right?
Thank you for that. Yeah, I never heard that before. Clapperboard. On TV when they do it, when you see it depicted in shows, it's always kind of in old sitcoms. It's comically loud. Someone will yell, "Quiet on set," and then slam that thing really hard. Michael said was about a video from the start of shooting, a leak from Discord. Right. Yes, there was a video from the start of shooting showing Harold and Ricky with a clapperboard. David shared a link here. Check out Scary Harry. He looks familiar. Oh, okay. Let's check this out. Scary Harry. Share this tab. Victor is the creator. So here, okay, it's still loading the image, but it says in Victor's home there's the old maid where there's a pair of each card, and so there's that. And okay, here's Victor with his having his meltdown when he was throwing everything out the window. There are a few other pictures here. Let me see. Is that? Sorry, this is a little slow. Okay, here it is. So this is Victor's bedroom in Henry's house. And up there, yeah, it says old maid right up there. Old maid. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Hopefully this isn't all a creation of Victor's mind. Scary Harry. Here's Scary Harry. What the hell? Yeah, that's weird. Scary Harry.
It's the big bad right there.
There it is. An evil little ginger kid. There's the policeman. That's like an old maid card. An artist. Cheerleader. Well, we've got a cheerleader monster. Student nurse. There's a student nurse. Ballerina. Toyland soldier. Pop out Paul. Okay. Courageous cop. I don't know what this is. Some kind of maiden. Interesting. Japanese girl too, huh? Just like the kimono lady, but just different colors. Another ballerina. Cowboy. Lasso Louie. Wow. Interesting. Milkman. There's a milkman. There's a waitress again. Careless Carrie. Yeah. Maybe the creatures' costumes are based on old maid characters. Thanks for sharing, David. That's interesting. Love it. Scary Harry is Smiley. Yeah, he's like a kitty Smiley. Absolutely. Little ginger kid, an evil ginger kid. And he's even like pulling his mouth really wide to do a creepy giant grin. Wow. Sarah reminds me of Careless Carrie. Yeah, I see it. I see that. Absolutely, Samuel.
One of them reminded me of I was just coming back, but one of them reminded me of the bob-haired girl. One of the ones that wasn't like listed as she had like a weird name. I don't remember what it called her. Maybe it was the dancing girl or something, but
yeah. And what did I say? Well, so Problem Child. Yeah, that kid. Ryan, yeah, we're still awake. This isn't unusual for me. I'm always still awake at this time. My sleep is topsy-turvy. Trying to fix it eventually. We'll see if I can ever actually do it. But anyway. So are you all set, Doc?
yes, I am back.
Okay, great.
I had a full confession. I had a toke as well, and I'm choking up a little bit.
Oh, okay. Wait, what? Choking up over what now?
I had a toke.
What?
I smoked the cannabis.
The ganja. He's smoking the ganja.
Oh,
The space grass.
Gotcha. I'm a little slow on the uptake with these things.
He was passing the dochip on the left hand side.
Okay.
I have a prescription.
Yes. Don't we all, though? Everyone's always like, "Oh, I've got a prescription," but no, a lot of people really do.
Yeah, I do. I have the card. It gets me discounts in some places.
Yeah. I was going to get one, but I never wound up doing it because I tried using edibles. I tried using edibles because it's legal in my state, so I didn't need a prescription, and it didn't seem to help my pain. So I never got around to using the prescription I got to get a medical marijuana card. Anyway, I'm sharing this right now just to show you. This is what Michael was talking about. This is the post from MGM, and here it is. There's Harold and Ricky on the set, and the clapperboard. There we go. From season 4, production has begun. So freaking exciting. Anyway, but where did we leave off, Doc? I'm gonna try my little experiment now. I'm gonna get off, get on my phone, and step outside. So, what can I pull up? Do you want me to show one of these things? You can. I mean, you can share your screen too, by the way, if you want to. But
I think it's a little bit more tricky with my device because I'm using an Android.
oh yeah, no worries. Then I mean, you want me to pull anything up while I'm outside, or do you want to just
Put
go
up an
over
image
stuff?
of an image of one of the nightmare creatures for now, I guess.
Okay.
I have a couple up there, or I'm sure you have a ton as well.
Yeah, I'll look at your little image gallery here. Let's see. Images. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's one. I'll just share my screen.
My next part, I'm going to talk about the showrunner's statements on From's inspirations. So the creators of From, John Griffin and Jeff Pinkner, along with executive producer Jack Bender, have provided some insights into the show's underlying mythology. Drawing from various mythologies, the showrunners have explicitly stated that they draw inspiration from various mythologies from around the world. This supports the idea that no single myth will be a one-to-one explanation, but rather a blend of influences. They say that the answers are at the beginning. John Griffin mentioned that the first episode contains many clues or Easter eggs about what's going on. Indeed, the very first story told in From is about fairies and the Lake of Tears. This heavily foreshadows the faith theories and the significance of the lake as a liminal space. Also, the discussion of revival and being brought back from the dead or healed at the Lake of Tears kind of ties back to the whole deal for immortality. I feel like the secret fairies at the Lake of Tears, probably not good guys, or maybe really tricky to deal with. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, we were talking about the Sluagh before. One thing that it didn't have in the little discussion there. The Sluagh have the ability with their breath to destroy and ruin crops and make cattle and what do you call it, your livestock sick and die. It makes me think a bit about how everything in Fromville just kind of decayed and rotted really quickly. And then next on here is not purgatory, not a dream, not a simulation. The showrunners have debunked several popular fan theories stating that the residents are not dead, it is not purgatory, and it is not a dream or a simulation. This steers the narrative away from common tropes and lends more credence to supernatural or mythological explanations like the Fae realm. Focus on character journeys. While the mystery is a strong hook, the creators emphasize that they are mostly interested in the character journeys and the human stories. They know that the central mythology, and they know how it will end, but they leave room for side quests and the discovery within the narrative. Knowledge comes at a cost. This theme, highlighted in season 3, in the finale by the Man in Yellow, is an intentional narrative element. This aligns perfectly with Fey lore, where gaining knowledge or power often comes with a severe price or unforeseen consequences. The monsters walked slowly and smiled. Jack Bender confirmed that this iconic characteristic was a specific creative choice. The monsters know they're going to catch you, so they don't have to run. This is deliberate taunting behavior. It aligns with the sadistic nature of Dark Fae in the games they play with their human victims. The recent revelation that Smiley can run, however, adds nuance, suggesting a choice to walking slowly rather than an inability to run, as if it's a game. All right. So, analysis, personal insights, and some further exploration. The consistent pervasive presence of Fey-like elements throughout From strongly suggests that this mythology is not just an inspiration but a foundational framework for the understanding of the show's mysteries. The show excels at blending diverse mythological influences into a cohesive, albeit enigmatic narrative. The power of narrative. The initial story told by Julie about fairies and the Lake of Tears in the very first episode serves as a meta clue, essentially telling the audience, this is what we're drawing from. The intentional layering of folklore from the onset, it points to a deeply planned mythology rather than an improvised one. We also have cycles and rebirth. The concept of reincarnation and repeating cycles is a profound theme deeply rooted in Fae influence. Tabitha and Jade's recurring attempts to save the children represent a constant battle against a curse that transcends single lifetimes. The cyclical nature can also be observed in the monster's rebirth, Smiley, and potentially the town's history, marked by different eras and inhabitants. Psychological manipulation. The monster's ability to induce hallucinations, manipulate voices, and feed on hope and despair highlights their role as psychological tormentors, a characteristic shared by many Dark Fae entities. This focus on mental anguish over mere physical destruction is a sophisticated form of evil, making the game more insidious. The origins clue. The dual meaning of from, Scottish Fae, and origins suggests that understanding the show means uncovering the roots or origins of the entities and the town itself. The connection between trees, roots, and origins in Fae folklore further solidifies this conceptual link. Complexity over simplicity. While some theories propose simple explanations like simulations, the abundance of specific mythological parallels suggests a more intricate, layered narrative. The show's creators intentionally provide breadcrumbs that encourage deep analysis, implying that the answer will be complex and rooted in established lore rather than a simplistic or entirely novel concept. The role of knowledge. The recurring theme that knowledge comes at a cost highlights the dangerous nature of uncovering the truth in Fromville. This aligns with Fey lore, where forbidden knowledge or interactions with supernatural beings often lead to unforeseen and dire consequences for mortals. Oh, I got chat messages. 1 second. Now, she is still connected. Gonna see if we can still hear her. Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You sound
Oh,
clear.
wow. It works. Except there's an airplane overhead, so you might hear airplane noise too.
I can actually hear that pretty clearly as well. The mic quality is pretty decent on your phone.
I don't live that far from the airport. Anyway, continue, Doc.
All right, one moment. I need a sip from my soda.
Interesting. Wow, this is cool. I've never tried this before. Um, Carl said, "Thank you, Ryan. I would just like to thank all of the Fromaholic professors that encouraged my studies. Thank you, Julie, Doc, and of course, Dieter." Yeah, we're all earning our degrees here together.
Oh, thank you, and you're welcome.
Ryan said, "Pandecolima, you're gonna graduate with honors, summa cum laude."
What do people think about doing a homecoming event, like as we I don't know, sometime in the fall maybe, like a fake homecoming. We can maybe like show some music and do some fun stuff, maybe trivia or other silly games. I don't know.
I love that idea. That would be really fun. We should do that, Doc.
I think we
Alcohol?
can. Yeah, sure. We obviously can't force it through your monitors, but uh, we can all enjoy whatever it is that we like to enjoy. A little bit of that while we're hanging out together and have some fun.
Oh, so you're gonna twist the dro, as they say?
I'm not familiar with that term.
Oh, it's just another term for your mythical.
I'm what you broke up there.
Weed, Doc, weed.
Oh, I hadn't heard that one before. It's funny. All right. So final recap and connecting thoughts. In summary, the show From presents a rich tapestry of supernatural phenomena, heavily influenced by global fae folklore and related mythologies. The fae concept serves as a comprehensive umbrella, encompassing various supernatural beings from diverse cultures, all sharing traits like magical abilities, nature connections, and often ambiguous interactions with humans. The nightmare creatures exhibit characteristics highly consistent with dark fae, particularly the Sluagh and Changelings, being former humans transformed by a deceptive bargain for immortality. The show features clear parallels to deal-based magic, the original sacrifice, talismans, and a pervasive game motif, where human suffering and emotions are manipulated for the entity's entertainment. Lovecraft's cosmic horror itself, influenced by Arthur Machen's dark fairy tales. Ah, that's where I got the Arthur name. It provides a significant thematic aesthetic layer, connecting creatures like the Deep Ones and Migo to From's monstrous entities, an overall sense of dread. The showrunner's deliberate inclusion of Fae references, such as a show title, opening story about fairies, Pixie's theme song, reinforces the idea that these myths are central to the show's core mystery. The concepts of reincarnation, repeating cycles, the cost of knowledge are deeply interwoven with Fae lore, suggesting a grand, cyclical narrative driven by ancient forces. Ultimately, while From masterfully blends various mythologies, the Fae theory offers a robust and compelling framework for understanding the show's complex narrative, the nature of its creatures, and the underlying purpose of Fromville itself. And then, if people want me to talk more, we can talk about. I got vampires and Fae, the links between vampire and um, yeah, kind of links between vampire and Fae mythology, but really it's more about how Fae mythology influenced current depictions of vampires or interpretations of vampires. I've got, oh, actually, no, more important one, I think more central is probably dreams and Fae, because we have this heavy dream motif going. I also have one on H.P. Lovecraft tie-ins to mythology.
Dealer's
So Fae
choice, Doc.
folklore. I'm gonna do
Yeah,
dreams just
yeah,
because I
go
feel
for it.
like that's more important. We already touched upon some of the other stuff.
Yes, tell us
But
about our dreams, Doc.
okay. Just in case we don't get to the other bits, I just want to say that I think I already mentioned that Fae folklore, especially stuff with like the dark elves, heavily influenced how we portray and see vampires today, or at least how we depict them in modern film and literature. So anyway, research suggests that fairies, especially Queen Mab, are linked to dreams and folklore, often delivering both good and bad dreams. It seems likely that other fairies, like pixies, also influence dreams, sometimes causing nightmares. Also, Sluagh do as well. The evidence leans towards fairies interacting with humans during sleep, such as tangling hair, connecting them to their dream experiences. There's some controversy over whether these links are benevolent or malevolent, with traditions varying by culture. Fairies or fae are magical beings in mythology and folklore often tied to dreams, particularly to figures like Queen Mab, who is known as the Queen of Dreams. They can bring both inspiring visions and nightmares, also sleep paralysis, and their interactions during sleep, like tangling hair, highlight this connection. While traditions vary, these links show how fairies as influential in the dream links show how fairies are influential in the dream realm, with some cultural differences in their perceived benevolence. Some historical and cultural context. In European folklore, especially Celtic and Shakespearean traditions, fairies are depicted as supernatural beings influencing human dreams in some cases. Queen Mab, for instance, is a central figure in this connection, while other fairies like pixies are noted for causing nightmares. These stories reflect a blend of cultural beliefs. So, literature such as Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream reinforces this link, portraying fairies in a dreamlike magical setting. This literary depiction has shaped modern perceptions, blending folklore with creative interpretations. Fairies, often depicted as magical anthropomorphic beings, have a significant presence in European folklore, particularly in Celtic, Germanic, and English traditions. Actually, skip that portion because we've already covered that. But they often, oh, here we go. Their association with dreams stems from their perceived ability to interact with humans during vulnerable states, such as sleep, and their role in delivering visions, inspirations, or nightmares. Queen Mab, the central figure in dream lore, one of the most prominent figures linking fairies to dreams is Queen Mab, a queen fairy, a fairy queen from English and Irish folklore. In William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 4, Mercutio, probably butchering that, describes Queen Mab as a tiny fairy who rides a chariot made from a hazelnut shell pulled by atomies, tiny creatures, and delivers dreams to sleeping humans. She is explicitly referred to as the Queen of Dreams. In Percy Bysshe Shelley's poem Queen Mab, referred to it as, in that poem, okay, that's when she was referred to that. Her role involves planting thoughts, inspirations, and aspirations in the minds of dreamers, tailoring dreams to reflect their deepest desires and anxieties. For example, lovers might dream of love, lawyers of fees, and soldiers of battles, showcasing their ability to mirror human psychology.
Oh, good morning. I haven't seen you before. Good morning. Let's see. Timoth Man, nice to see you. It's always nice to see new names in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Hope you can hear me okay. Can you hear me all right, Doc?
Yep.
Great. I see we got Doug popped in and said, have you guys started yet? Yes, we did start about 4 hours ago or so. We finally started, and he said, where is it? He said, I'm heading there shortly. He's heading back to bed shortly. Just popped in to say hi. Well, thanks for popping in, Doug. Always nice to see you in the chat. And yeah, get some more sleep. It's still too early to be up for normal people like you, who sleep at night. Yes, Martin. Yes, Martin, I'm back. I didn't lose signal, but I left this window and I opened up my Discord app for a minute, and apparently doing that for too long kicked me out of here. But I'm back. Anyway, anything else? What's going on with the what is this? Baseless accusations. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Dieter was talking about what he's going through. Sorry you're struggling like that, Dieter. Anyway, Doc, you were saying?
Oh, all right. Let's see. Queen Mab's methods of dream delivery are described as physical and magical, entering bedrooms, moving across faces, or traveling via the nose to the brain, symbolizing the link between memory and smell. She uses fairy dust, wand touches, or whispers to induce dreams, and her influence is particularly strong during transitional periods like midnight, full moons, and seasonal changes, which are traditionally associated with the supernatural and supernatural activity. The dreams she brings have a dual nature. They can be energizing and prophetic for those she favors, or false visions and nightmares for others, depending on her mood and the dreamer's personality. Philosophically, she is seen as a symbol of enlightenment and consciousness raising, bridging the consciousness and unconscious, bridging the conscious and unconscious minds, and is linked to daydreams and waking visions that inspire poets, painters, and innovators. Beyond Queen Mab, other fairies also are connected to dreams, often with a um, more malevolent bend. Bent. For example, pixies in Devonshire folklore are said to control sleepers' fantasies, bringing either sweet dreams or nightmares, as noted in 1867 Victorian magazine feature on Devonshire pixies once a week, referenced in British Fairies blog. So, well, it was referenced in British Fairies blog. Similarly, Robin Goodfellow, also known as Puck, is mentioned in Cartwright's 1635 play The Ordinary, Act 3, Scene 1, as bringer of bad dreams. And Gull the Fairy, a companion of Robin Goodfellow, is described in works like Mad Pranks and Merry Jests of Robin Goodfellow and Robert Herrick's poem The Hag, as causing nightmares by lying on sleepers, created a sensation of pressure and dreadlessness. So the phenomenon known as hag riding is historically linked to the term hag ridden, which refers to nightmares being caused by supernatural beings. The British Fairies blog post details that the term has roots in South English legendary around 1300, which mentions evil ghosts later associated with fairies by the early 17th century. The etymology of nightmare itself, deriving from Anglo-Saxon mera, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, meaning to crush, reflects this belief, and is sometimes confused with the word for female horse, mire. I'm sorry, I don't even know what language. Or yeah, it's Latin. Yeah, I don't
Maybe a
know.
mare.
Mare, there you go.
Doc, a
Yeah, there.
mare.
No, it's Mere. Yeah, Mare. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. Leading to misconceptions like John Aubrey's 1696 miscellaneous, describing precautions against fairies riding horses at night. Sleep-related activities and fairy interactions, something I will be doing soon. Fairies are often associated with activities that occur while humans sleep, further tying them to the dream realm. The Wikipedia page on fairy mentions that fairies are known to tangle the hair of sleepers into fairy locks, also called elf locks, a direct interaction during sleep that connects them to the dream experiences. This is detailed in the characteristics section and with citations in folklore tradition. Additionally, legends like the legend of Nakshigana describe a fairy queen taking on various forms to frighten a farmer, potentially influencing dreams or perceptions during sleep, as noted in the legend section of the same page. Literary representations. Literature plays a significant role in reinforcing the link between fairies and dreams, such as in Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream. The play's setting under the moonlight and the fairies' disputes create a pleasing narcotic dreaminess that blurs the lines between fantasy and reality, as described in blah, blah, blah. This dreamlike atmosphere is a recurring theme, shaping modern perceptions of fairies as beings of the dream world. Culturally, the association between fairies and dreams is deeply embedded in traditions, particularly in Celtic lore. Historians believe that before the spread of Christianity, fairies were worshipped as deities by some, neither malignant nor benign, later reimagined as mischievous or magical beings. Let's see. Especially in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, they retain strong fairy traditions with fairy circles and other sites linked to supernatural experiences, potentially including dreams. Perception of fairies as dream bringers varies by culture and tradition, leading to some controversy. In Scottish folklore, fairies are divided into the Seelie court, more benign, and the Unseelie court, more malicious, both considered tricksy, with the Seelie court generally playing pranks and the Unseelie court potentially causing harm, including nightmares. This duality is reflected in dream lore, where fairies can be seen as protectors, inspiring prophetic dreams, or as tormentors, causing night terrors.
That's interesting because we've seen both kinds of things in From. We've seen, you know, horrific nightmares and waking dreams that are horrible, but then we've also seen a premonition dream that Tabitha got, which gave her clues that had clues in it as to things that would happen to her eventually, like the toy ambulance and going up the steps at the lighthouse tower and Jim being in danger. So maybe there's some fae type entity that is actually benevolent and you know, causing good dreams, helpful dreams.
Right. I'm wondering if the boy in white might be helping a little bit with that, or if they're just going to tie it to her having to remember, and maybe somehow she can magically remember all of her lives without the aid of a supernatural being. I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly. You raise a great point. All right, let's see here. Modern interpretations, contemporary relevance. All right, so while the survey focuses on traditional mythology and folklore, it's worth noting that modern interpretations, such as in fiction, continue to associate fairies with dreams. For example, fairies' ability to enter and manipulate dreams. Hold on, sorry. This particular document's kind of a mess. I put this one together pretty hastily last night. In contemporary psychiatry, Queen Mab is linked to the collective unconscious and archetypal experiences, bridging conscious and unconscious minds. And so the conclusion here is that the mythological and folklore links between fairies and dreams are multifaceted, with the Queen Mab being the most iconic figure as the Queen of Dreams. Other fairies, such as pixies and Robin Goodfellow, also influence dreams, often with malevolent edge, while general fairy interactions during sleep, tangling hair reinforces connection. The etymology of nightmare and literary representations, particularly in Shakespeare, underscores the enduring association. So, fairies have links to dreams and nightmares and hagging, sleep paralysis, and all of that.
Oh,
And
this is sounding more and more fitting for the show. The more that we go into this topic, that's amazing.
Fairies are responsible for anal probes.
What?
I knew it.
Oh my god.
So
Yeah.
if you get abducted, just know there's a little fairy under that gray mask. That probe there.
Wait, what kind of probe was that?
Anal.
Oh, okay, just just double checking.
Double checking. Yep. All right, let's see here.
Sounds
You want
like
to talk about vamp?
it sounds more like something aliens would be doing. Hey, too,
Well,
huh?
yeah, because they're tied to shadow people, right? And the whole sleep paralysis phenomena.
Mm. Hmm.
Some people interpret sleep paralysis and all the crazy things that they experience during it as being abducted by aliens.
Mm.
And that's why they have such vivid recollections of like horrible things happening to them and it seeming so real.
Wow. Yeah. Well, maybe that's why like some of these people are convinced that happened to them. And in reality, it's something much more logical.
A lot of these malevolent fae seem to be tied to sleep paralysis and cultural interpretations of the phenomenon.
Interesting. Wow. This is all really enlightening. I had heard different fae theories related to From, but yeah, this has been really enlightening, all of this research you gathered. So my phone died out there, so I had to come back in and charge it. I
Oh,
can't walk
I
outside
think
without a phone.
well, I think we can wrap up. We covered all the important stuff. Everything else is just flavoring. I have a little bit more about H.P. Lovecraft, but I feel like we really touched upon all the important stuff from that as far as it applies here. Um, and then there was a little bit about vampires and their connections to fairies, but that's not super relevant. That was just more to give context and to kind of like show like, why there are these kind of vampire-like qualities to the monsters of From. And so I guess how I kind of want to wrap this up a bit, well, some of my final thoughts here are that I feel like John Griffin, he mentions that he was heavily influenced, at least early in his life, by the film Salem's Lot, where you have people, they're in this town, and then all of a sudden they have to make this bargain: am I going to become vampires, or am I going to become a vampire, or am I going to fight back, or am I going to take my own life, or am I going to try to escape and whatnot? There were a lot of people who chose to become vampires. They wanted to be with their family. Then you have Return to Salem's Lot, where people go, where a man and his kid, they go to Salem's Lot. He wants to write this book, and turns out the vampires want him to write a book about their history, and it's of course history from their perspective, and it's full of a lot of fiction. And there are all these, not only have a lot of people become vampires, but there are also people who became drones, who are people who go out during the day and work for the vampires and stuff. And these people they're kind of forced to be stuck there in Salem's Lot until, you know, they complete the book or whatever other bargains. And they keep like making like these kind of like deals almost. And so it felt like there were a lot of connections to that story and From, um, especially the whole story motif that they had going on in that movie. But yeah, there are, so what I was getting at is that I feel like John Griffin just gathered from a lot of different mythologies and sources, and he kind of selected for a certain quality, kind of like um, fairy tale blended with like dark fairy tale blended with cosmic horror in a way. So it's got little Lovecraftian vibes to it in a lot of different ways. Like it isn't just like particular stories and characters that we're trying to like pluck at, like Castor, the King in Yellow, and the land of Cast of Carcosa. Um, it's also the types of elements that he uses, um, and the style of storytelling, just creepy atmosphere, that sense of pervasive sense of dread, and you know, not knowing is and are anyone going to survive? It's very bleak, these Lovecraft stories. Um, so but they always tie into just like kind of like psychological horror and existential dread. And we've got kind of a little bit of that existential dread going on here in Fromville, because we keep seeing that these these spirits, like, are they really spirits? Are they hallucinations? Is it the creatures messing with minds? But it does seem like people get trapped there even after they pass. So yeah, and those are my final thoughts.
Okay. Well, this has been amazing, Doc. Um, incredible amount of research
Scarlet,
that
welcome
you put
back.
together. What did you say?
Scarlet's back.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear her. Did she say something?
Oh no, I'm just half asleep. I thought
No,
that.
no, Doc. She's still sleeping. She's here in spirit though.
Yeah. Um. Good night, Real Cinema Therapy, aka
Good
Lori,
night, Lori.
and let's see. Thank you. Good. She said good night. Great discussion tonight. From Academy Rocks. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Thank you. I appreciate the enthusiasm, and Doc has an amazing amount of research for these. This has been so enlightening for me too. I love it. I love it's so fascinating to see like all the different folklore and mythology that had to have influenced the writers of this show. There are way too many parallels to ignore. So clearly, they must be like John Griffin must be aware of some of these mythologies. There's no way it's a coincidence. I'm sure they had many influences from all different cultures and mythologies and folklore, and I definitely see major parallels between the things that Doc that you dug up and delved into tonight.
Thank you. Well, also too, even if they didn't derive anything directly from the myths are old enough where elements of them have permeated into other media, and so they're kind of out there in the collective consciousness, or unconsciousness, I should say.
Yeah,
Subconsciousness, unconsciousness.
yeah.
Sleepy.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the hero's journey, the way the hero's journey permeates so much of storytelling, whether it's movies, TV, books. There's certain
Exactly.
archetypes and things like that keep popping up, or, that we've absorbed over time, and influence us without us even realizing it. So. Um,
Yeah, thank you, Doc. That was an amazing amount of research, and that what were they called again? The Sluagh?
Sluagh or Sluagh. It's spelled
Yeah,
S like sugar, L like Larry, U umbrella, A apple, G like George, H like Harry.
yeah. That the description of them, I think, really hits the nightmare creatures on the head. Don't you think? It's amazing.
That's the closest one. I feel like the next closest, or at least I feel like some stuff was taken also from the Ejurak from Inuit mythology, and then of course he gathered from just a bunch of places. He was trying to create his own thing, but he was drawing upon a bunch of things for inspiration. And I think that those two were really key for at least the slow walkers.
hmm Yeah. So yeah, I love it. Like So they didn't just make this up out of nowhere. I really feel that there were influences pulled from some of these mythologies, whether or not they were aware of it or not. It's really interesting, and especially when you see, like, we went over Fae from all different cultures, different versions of Fae. It's not like all of these cultures were influenced by each other. They just they had similar reactions to different experiences in their lives that made them create these mythologies and try to make sense of the world around them. So you see, like, similar archetypes of mythological figures and folklore popping up in various cultures around the world, independent of each other. It's fascinating.
That ties back to how humanity likes to anthropomorphize and personify things, and through a sort of convergent evolution of ideas and parallel evolution of ideas in literature, we see a lot of similarities pop up when the two people might not even know each other or know of each other's works.
Right? Exactly.
Maybe
It's
be
like
from
it's
another
like
country.
remember. Sorry, Doctor. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were
Nope, that
done.
was it. Sorry.
um just like I'll just say this really quick. Lori says, hey guys, I'm covering Revival with Sci-Fi Vision on Fridays. Here's a link to tonight's stream. So there you go. And that's that. So let's see. And she said, great job, Doc, lots of information.
Thank you.
Yeah. And good night, Real Cinema Therapy, a.k.a. our friend Lori. She says good night to all of us. Thank you.
Sweet nightmares.
Yes, sweet nightmares. I was going to say, remember Doug told that story about how he and his writing partner, Marcia Kash, wrote a story, a murder mystery that, completely unintentionally was almost, not exactly like, but very much like Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None. And they had neither of them had ever read that or seen any adaptations of it. And then they happened to go see a production of it, and they were horrified, like, oh my God, they were freaking out. We stole Agatha Christie's play. And what are we going to do? Because they had worked on this for like a year, and it was just a complete coincidence that they came up with a really similar concept and a plot line. So they decided to work in various homages to Agatha Christie and her And Then There Were None in the story itself, so that they could kind of give a nod to that, but still keep the work that they did for all that time. That was truly their own work. It's just that sometimes humans come up with similar concepts, similar stories. It's the same with all of this folklore that has similarities across various cultures, and it's a complete coincidence. It's also just like fans in the From community coming up with similar theories. It happens sometimes, and it's completely unintentional. So anyway,
Absolutely.
so
Oh, I've seen on Reddit like numerous times where people are theorizing the same thing, and they think that they're the only people, they're the first person to come up with it, and they didn't read the other person's theories. And it happens. I mean, we're drawing from the same well of inspiration in a lot of cases.
right. And so we shouldn't be too quick to jump on people and accuse them of stealing our theories. Like, I've had people accuse me of this nonsense, and if you're following, especially if you're watching a show and you're following the same evidence as everybody else, then naturally some
And
people are going to come to the same conclusions.
right. And also too, you're meant to. It's meant to be that way because the showrunner set it up to be that way, with foreshadowing and the positioning of other clues. And even if you're not following the same exact clues, the other person might be following, other clues that were set up by the showrunners to bring you to that conclusion.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, it's nothing strange about that at all. Infinite monkey theorem. What's that, Samuel? Do you know what that is? Doc, have you heard of that?
Is that the one where like if you have like gazillion monkeys like typing randomly for like a gazillion years. Eventually, one of them will create a work of Shakespeare, and also too that turns out to be a fallacy, if that's what he's referring to.
That I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with it. It's a fallacy, but it's a popular one. But it does seem to apply almost in some cases. Like I can see it like working as an analogy for certain things.
Right. Okay. All right. So anyway, are the 12th monkey?
I'm not familiar with that. I remember there's a movie, The 12 Monkeys. I think I saw it. I know I saw it as a kid. I just don't quite remember what it was about.
That
Is
is
that
a
one the like space prison one?
that is a great Bruce Willis movie, by the way. 12 Monkeys. It's about time travel.
Was it not a space prison?
No, it wasn't a
Okay.
space prison. It's apocalyptic, going back in time to try and figure out what happened. Virus destroys the world, kind of thing.
Okay. Did it have like mutated people or something in it?
No, mutated people.
Oh my God, I'm mixing up like a bunch of movies from that era. All right.
Bruce Willis and Madeline Stowe, and she was right in her prime.
The age that I would have seen it, I wouldn't have remembered the actors probably, unless they were in Gremlins or Godzilla.
Yeah. Well,
It's been too long.
yeah. So she's so Real said I'm really going now. she said good night to Scarlet. So anyway, Teeter has the wraps here. Yes, we're wrapping up now. Michael said, so next up, researching the bottle tree / faraway tree. Well, not quite yet. We're not done with the nightmare creatures, but that's definitely on the agenda for a future FROMacademy topic. 100%. We're going to do that.
We're going to dig into the trees and tree stuff at some point after the monsters.
Absolutely.
I want to get through the other monsters, I think, after we do these. I'll try to lump them into one or two, but we know how these go.
Yeah. So, we're going to continue next week with the monster theme, the nightmare creature theme. We're going to keep doing it as long as we need to until we get through all of this amazing research Doc did and the theories of you guys in the community. We're going to get into Robert Saunders' theory, Nick L's theory, anyone else who wants to submit their theories on the monsters, either in the live chat, or you can put them, if they're long form theories like Roberts and Nick's, you can put them in the Discord in our FROMacademy channel, which is right there. You can't miss it. It should be right out nested under From. So you go in there, and if you're not in there, you can join via the link in my description of this video. You can add your theories, whether it's too long to post in the chat or you just can't make it because of the hours that we stream, or you might miss some of it. That way we can discuss your theory, and anybody who posts a theory in there, eventually when we do get to the theory section of our nightmare creature deep dive here, we will share theories that are posted in there, and we'll timestamp it after the video ends. I'll timestamp it so that anyone can find it easily, and that way you don't have to comb through hours of content if you don't have time. So we love to hear everybody's theories on this. It's so fun. I love to hear everybody's ideas. So there's still plenty of time to do that, because we're going to be doing this theme for a while longer. What do you think, Doc? Like another 2 weeks or so?
I think we should be able to wrap up the Slow Walkers next week.
Okay. So next
after
week.
that, yep. And then after that, I think tackle the ballerina and cicadas.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
And maybe if we can, the kimono lady in the same one. Actually, wait. Oh no, we'll stick with season 2 in that, and we'll maybe we'll take a look at Martin
Yeah.
if we have time to do it in the same like thing. If we need to flesh out one for the ballerina, that's what we'll do. We'll do ballerina, cicadas, and then Martin if we have time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So so next week we'll get into the theories then. We'll dive into fan theories about the slow walkers and any other material Doc has researched that we haven't gotten to
Oh,
yet. Mm-hmm.
before I get to the ballerina, no, I want to dig into the town more, the town's history and different areas of Brumville. I wanted to do one on the town itself.
Oh,
So
okay.
we'll do that. We'll start doing that after the slow walkers.
Sure. Sounds good to me. Yeah,
Unless other
absolutely.
people want otherwise. Actually we'll do a poll next week. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
What do people think
Yeah.
about that? Yeah.
Yeah, we can do a poll with up to 4 options in it. I can have a poll on
Perfect.
here, so we can do a poll on which of those upcoming themes people would like us to do next. That's a good idea. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, 12 Monkeys I've heard is really good. Actually, I need to add that to my list. I keep forgetting. I heard 12 Monkeys, the movie and the series are good. So, yeah, I'll have to check that out. I've heard it's one of the, successful depictions of time travel. It's always tricky to
Ooh.
depict. I've heard that's really good. Michael said the 100th monkey effect is an idea claiming that a new behavior or idea is spread rapidly by unexplained means from one group to all related groups. Once a critical number of members of one group exhibit the new behavior or acknowledge the new idea. Oh, okay. Which is
Oh.
to say that a bunch of individuals come up with independently with the same idea or behavior, and then there's some critical mass whereby the idea catches on everywhere very quickly, and then it just becomes common knowledge. Interesting stuff, Michael. Cool. What is David saying is based on a short French film? Something. I guess it must have been something we were talking about.
Well, 12 Monkeys is based on a short French film.
Oh,
Oh.
good to know. Thanks, Carl. Greatest acting performance. Oh, really? Brad Pitt's greatest acting performance? 12 Monkeys.
That's somewhat tongue in cheek, but I was a Brad Pitt hater for a long time, so that's my inside joke with my friends.
Really? Oh, not I always enjoyed Brad Pitt's stuff. He's
I wonder why.
Was it
yeah,
was it
yeah.
Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise that refused to kiss the other one in Interview with the Vampire?
Oh, I forget.
One of them refused to do the kissing scene, so they had to scrap it. And I don't remember which one it was.
Who were they supposed to kiss?
Each other.
Oh, they were supposed the 2 men?
Yeah, because in the story they were lovers as well. And I can't remember
Oh,
if it was Louis or
If
Lestat that also had a lover. No, it was Louis had a lover, the violinist that went mad. I thought was that Lestat? That was Lestat in the Vampire Lestat. It's been a long time. I'm also
right,
very sleep deprived right now.
right, Tom Cruise played Lestat, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and
And Brad Pitt played Louis.
if I had to guess, without knowing anything, I didn't know that. I would say it was Tom Cruise, just as a guess, but who knows? Maybe we'll find out.
yeah, maybe. That's crazy.
I can think of some reasons why he might not want to do that scene.
Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah, because all the rumors of him being gay probably would make him look really bad.
Oh
Like
yeah,
Russell
and
Crowe.
unfortunately in Scientology they are very homophobic, so that's a problem. There are rumors that they basically you know, they set him up to marry Katie Holmes just to, kind of be a beard for him or something. And also the same goes for John Travolta with when he married his wife too, because there are rumors that he's gay. So yeah, homophobia is not cool. I am not a fan of Scientology. That's one of many reasons why I am not a fan of Scientology. Anyway, so Well, let's wrap this up. So Dieter set in From Town, weird, we run, not jog. Julie's got clues. Carl talks to a log. What? Doc's out here patching brains. Scarlet sass runs through her veins. Mystery's wild. We're all insane. I love that one, Dieter. That's hilarious. Why
Oh,
is
that's funny
Carl
too, Dieter.
why is Carl talking to a log? What?
It's
I
it's
think
funny,
it.
Dieter. Oh
Yeah, I
god.
think it's a euphemism for something.
What the fuck? Carl's log paused, Dieter said. Okay. Um,
My
hey,
coworkers and my coworkers and I, we joke that we do
yeah.
half price brain surgery after hours because we're the janitors. We go there just to clean up.
Oh God, yeah. I don't want any half-price brain surgery. Thank you very much. Uh, hey, KP. He said, "You fuckers have been here for damn near 5 hours. Jesus Christ, y'all's is savages." Are you
Hey,
surprised?
KP.
Are you surprised? I mean, this is the channel that used to be doing 8-hour lives all the time. This is nothing. This is kid stuff. But for me, unfortunately, this is a lot now because my pain has gotten worse and I can't tolerate those 8-hour lives anymore. When I have a working treadmill again, I'm gonna try streaming on the treadmill and hopefully that'll enable me to be on a bit longer. I even then though I'm not going to be doing as many marathon lives now. I think I was taking it a bit too far, so I am going to cut back. But I'm still going to be here doing these. I mean, it's still longer than the average. I mean, 4.5 hours. That's pretty damn good. I think my average live will probably my goal is to make it around maybe 4 hours max. And once in a while, if there's something big going on, some big bombshell episode of a series, maybe do a marathon live and get on the treadmill during it. But I'm not going to be going crazy doing marathon streams all the time anymore. I'm going to have some self control, and and actually try to have a life outside of a screen. As much as I love you guys so much, it's important to actually like go outside and touch grass and you know uh like leave this cave that I've been a hermit in for such a long time. um
No. Oh, I'm just kidding.
well, I've been getting out a little bit more, and it's like, oh yeah, this is what the actual world is like again. I have color on my face. I'm getting a little tan. I don't look like a ghostly figure anymore who's been locked up like Howard Hughes for months at a time. And it's better for my mental health. It really is. But
Ju-
I love you
Ju-
guys.
Julie's getting her groove back.
Mm, yes, yes, I am.
Oh, she'll
Um,
be rapping again in no time.
yeah, yeah. So, um, I love you guys. I'm never going anywhere. I love this channel. I love this community. I'm just gonna do less of the marathon lives for my mental and physical health and to have a more well-rounded life. But yeah, I will be here for the long haul. Good night, Ryan. He said he's going to sleep now. Good night. Nice to see you, Ryan, as always.
Good
And I
night.
hope that and Ryan, I hope that you're able to figure out your Facebook group situation with Mr. Grant Gregory's help. We really, we're rooting for you to get back in there and get back on Facebook, involved in that awesome group again. Michael said, yeah, exactly. This ain't even an 11-hour stream. Don't trip. Yeah, this is nothing. Yeah, this is kid stuff compared to what we used to do all the time. Uh, Dieter, sorry. He said, hate missing out. I needed this. Love you guys. I want to move. I'm sorry. Sorry, Dieter. Oh, there are going to be plenty more lives. We do 3 lives per week. So hopefully you can be around more on the next one. David disliked Brad as well. Well, the ladies, I don't know. I guess ladies are just biased. Those of us ladies who are into dudes, we see like my mom used to like drool over Meet Joe Black. She's like, oh my God, yeah. The way he looks in Meet Joe Black, my mom was kind of thirsty for him. So yeah,
It,
maybe women are just biased.
if you ever wanna see like where Brad Pitt was acting versus being the pretty boy, is all you need to do is watch the scene in Troy when he's acting opposite Peter O'Toole, and you'll see how far he's come now, because he was acting next to a legend and he just looked like inadequate as far as I'm concerned. So he has come a long way. He is an actor now as opposed to being a pretty face.
Yeah, I think he used to rely too hard on his pretty boy looks for sure. I mean, that definitely. I haven't watched a lot of his movies, but yeah, I believe it. Um, Unfortunately, in Hollywood, it's very shallow, and you can get by on a pretty face. Look at Jennifer Lopez. So all the movies she's been in, she's a mediocre actress at best. Good morning, Trace. Trace was here earlier. Probably got a bunch of sleep and came back. Although you couldn't have gotten enough sleep, Trace. Good morning. Nice to see you.
Good
So,
morning.
yeah, and 41 people watching. We're on our way out right now. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button on the way out if you haven't already. That would be much appreciated. When the stream ends, the regular comment section opens, and dropping a comment in there also helps with the algorithm so people can find us. We're going to continue with the Nightmare Creature theme next Friday at 12:30 a.m. I will try my very best not to be late. With my health situation and certain, turmoil going on in my life, sometimes it can be unpredictable with what's going on. But I'm going to try my best to be here at 12:30 and not later than that next Friday. But just in case, enable notifications, tap the bell, make sure you have all notifications enabled, because when I do run late due to my physical pain or whatever's going on in my life, you'll get a notification when I do go live. So you'll know, like, okay, yeah, okay, I was an hour late or whatever, but you'll see that. Just make sure you have that enabled. Scarlet, did you just wake up?
I just fell asleep on the floor. I just woke up.
Oh,
I've been asleep on the basement floor for like 3 hours.
Oh my God. You must have been really tired to fall asleep on a basement
Oh yeah,
floor.
I'm like really exhausted.
I can't think of anything less comfortable to sleep on than a cement floor. It's horrible.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed upstairs.
Yeah,
it's okay, Scarlet.
I'm
My
surprised I didn't
brain's
have
all
any.
sleep deprived.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't have any weird dreams of you guys, and I like hearing your voices because sometimes that happens.
And all this talk of creepy fae creatures from various folklore. You'd have some interesting dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah, like coming and like stealing your children, or changelings, and all kinds of horrifying stuff. Yeah, like they're supposed to give you nightmares too. So you could have had
Oh.
some wild nightmares listening to this stuff.
Hopefully.
Um, anyway, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and good morning. Yes.
Mhm.
Or good mornight. We never know what to say around here anymore. Uh, Night just goes into morning now.
Ooh.
Thanks for being here, Michael, and offering your insights as always. It's always great to hear from you, Trace. It's always great to see you, Julie, and Cast, along with everyone in the chat. I already left my like earlier. Thank you so much. He meant to say panel. Yeah, Julie and panel. Yes.
Cast, the cast, 1,000.
Oh, we are kind of like a cast of characters here. No.
Oh yeah.
We are. We're also some unique characters on the panel here. So including Doc from Planet Dirt, right? So
No, I'm from Planet X. You're from Planet Dirt.
oh, that's right. You're from
Yeah.
Planet X.
Technically, you call it Planet Earth, but I mean, you're naming your planet after dirt, man. What's wrong with you folks?
That's
Think grander.
a good point.
There's a bunch of
We
dirters.
also call ourselves Exophalcus. It's kind of it's got a nice ring to it, right? Sounds elegant. Exophalcus,
Mm,
like excellent.
yeah. So anyway, so keep an eye out if you watch Duster. Anybody out there, please keep an eye out for my Duster video. I'm going to be working on getting that out within the next few days. It is my theory that I developed with Carl collaboratively on what is going on with Joey. the mystery surrounding the supposed death of Joey. And if you want to know what I mean by supposed, well, check out the video, and also the mystery of this Xavier shadowy figure. So Carl and I have really worked together on this, and I'm going to have this video out. I'm excited about it. I think it's a really sound theory that still holds up even after 9 episodes, and we only have 1 episode left of Duster remaining. So I'm going to be working on that. Keep an eye out for that. If you see it pop up in your notifications, maybe just give it a like and a view. You don't have to watch the whole thing. 30 seconds counts as a view. Letting it play for a few minutes is even more helpful to the channel. So yeah, that would be much appreciated, because I've never done a video for Duster, and it's hard to break into the algorithm when you've never done scripted video content for Dusters, or for a new show rather. So yeah, that's going to be out soon. And on Monday is the next live, in which we will discuss the penultimate episode of Duster, episode 9, which was extremely eventful and interesting. So we'll have a lot to discuss. I'll be here with Carl and Scarlet. Scarlet will join for at least some of the time, but she'll be busy with some other things. But Carl will be there breaking it down with me, and looking forward to that. Right now, that is scheduled for 11:55 p.m. Eastern on Monday, but that might change. Stay tuned. I'll release my full schedule the beginning of the week. I might decide to move up the time just a little bit. So I'll keep you posted on that, but regardless, it will be Monday night. Definitely before midnight this time. We're not going to do any 1 or 2 a.m. lives for Duster again. It's going to be earlier than that. I don't care what happens. I'm going to make sure that I'm here. And tonight we're going to do, tonight is, Saturday already. Tonight we're going to do a watch party at 10 p.m. Eastern for the horror movie Megan, which I've never seen, and I think it looks awesome. If you want to join, that'll be tonight in the Discord at our movie watch party channel, 10 p.m. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll let you know next week if Doug will be joining us again. Doug, hopefully he'll be able to join us on Wednesday. I'll be reaching out to him and seeing if he's available for that, to have another fun discussion. We can talk From theories with Doug and any other stories he wants to share with us, as always. And so that's Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern next week. If he's not able to join for whatever reason, we might just resume an episode of the From rewatch. So stay tuned. We'll let you know. And then Friday of next week, of course, it's FROMacademy again, where we will break down theories on the nightmare creatures, and you can share any theories you'd like. We will discuss them on here.
I have a question.
Yes.
I raised my hand. When are we concluding The Residents?
Yes, that topic actually came up earlier. Doc mentioned that. I'd like to. So next week, I'm not going to really have like a video that I'd have to make, because right now I'm working on the Duster video. That's what's got me tied up. Next week I'll have time to do it. So next Friday, if you want, we can finally cover the last 2 episodes of The Resident before From.
Well, how about after we conclude the monsters, we take a 1-week break from FROMacademy, give me a little bit of a breather and some prep time for the next segment, and we do the Residents?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Sure. Actually, that will be better for me too, because I can't really do the Residents and FROMacademy in one night until I have a treadmill here, and I don't know. Hopefully this time next week I'll have one, but regardless, those longer lives are not as good for me anyway. So that would work fine. We can do that. We can do FROMacademy next Friday, and then the following week we could finish the Residents. I want to get that done.
Maybe we should do a little recap of all the episodes of 4, 7, and 8 too, like a little, quick recap.
Yeah, refresh people's memories.
A little refreshment,
It's been like what, 2 months or something that we haven't.
Yeah.
I
can't even remember who I thought did it.
I haven't even watched the last 2 episodes yet, so
yeah.
I haven't. I've been holding off. So we need to get back to the Residents and find out. I want to find out who actually killed. What the hell was his name? I don't even remember now.
Who killed the guy from Breaking Bad?
The goldfish did it.
What's his name? The hell is his
He
name?
wasn't. I can't remember his name, but I know the actor was in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll find out who killed that dude in the residence, and we'll cover that soon. Yeah, Samuel, I think MK Ultra is definitely involved in Duster. That's going to be part of the theory video that I put out in the next few days. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. Anyway, so that's going to do it for us. I need to go get my walk done. I had to come back in here. My phone died, so I've been charging it. Should be good to go now. I can get back out there and walk. And I hope everybody has a good day or a good night and enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much for the awesome discussion as always. Panel, you're amazing. Everybody on the panel and in the chat. I love hearing everybody's ideas. And these are so much fun. And Doc, you're a rock star. Thank you for all that you do preparing for
Thank you,
these.
Julie. You're awesome. I love you. Thank you so much for having me up here. And thank you, Scarlet and Pandecolima, for being here too and helping out with everything.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Doc. You're the best.
And thank you for your trivia questions yesterday, Doc. That was cool.
You're welcome. I was
Yes.
pilfering your dreams while you were asleep, and I was
Oh,
turning them into fairies that were
Oh.
we were discussing.
Nice. Will I be able to meet them?
Yeah, you just have to watch the recap.
Oh, okay. And I'll trigger them.
No, we discussed them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think I subliminally probably picked up a lot of info.
Let's see. What's this stuff? Before I get going, what's this stuff? Dieter posted some stuff here. What is this? Oh, this is cool. So this is the outside of Simon Webster's trailer filming season
Aw.
4 from. It says Ethan, and it looks like I don't know what the hell this is. There's a picture of some animal there. One of the dogs, maybe? I don't even know, but up above his name. Anyway, there's that. What's this? Oh, that's a screenshot of Harold and Ricky and Clapperboard filming from. So exciting. There's another one. That's another part of it. Awesome. Thanks for putting those there, Dieter. And then there's this one. Oh, I hadn't seen this one yet. Chloe, and it says Christy on it, and there's a picture of a dog underneath it for some reason. I think it's a dog, and she wrote like she put a caption "woof" on it, so I guess it's a dog. Doesn't look like a dog, but that's awesome to see they're on set like that. So cool. Anything else? Let's see. What's this? Says they told you we're shooting season 4, right? This was a part of Ricky's story, who plays Kenny. Nice. So cool. And then there's this. What is this? This is part of a set that they built. I have no idea what the hell this is. Are they going to actually show like new buildings? I saw this overhead view, an aerial view of what looked like new buildings that they had constructed for the set, but I hadn't seen this one before. What in the world could they
Intriguing.
possibly? What could they be using this for? Is someone going to escape Fromville again, and we'll see new buildings? The heck?
Yeah, I think that's the backside though. That's like the non-filming side of the set.
The
Okay.
backside of my laboratory. Are they bringing me in? I'm kidding.
Yeah. Maybe that's not anything new, because I doubt anyone is going to escape Fromville again anytime soon. That would just be redundant. So
Doc, maybe the monsters are actually Mogwai.
Nah. I did consider photoshopping Arnie into pictures of the monsters though, but I never got around to it. Arnie's one of my Mogwai props.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps around Smiley Shoulders.
Yeah. And of course, Liz Saunders. A lot of us saw this. It says back in town like I never left. She posted that. It says Donna, and what is that? A crown? Looks like a crown. Donna. right there at our trailer. See, did I get all
She's
of
the
them?
Spider Queen.
Yep, confirmed.
Yes. And this one says Julie. Hannah's not in the shot, but there's Hannah's trailer. It's got a flower, and I don't know. They have these weird random images there. That looks like a. I'm looking at it closely. It kind of looks like some kind of colorful cow or steer. Looks like a steer. I don't know. I have no idea what that is in the bottom right corner, but anyway, that's super cool to see. And this awesome AI image. Thank you for making that, Dieter. That was so sweet of you. One of the amazing collection of images he's made for us.
The guy on the right's so ugly.
What was that?
The guy on the right is so ugly.
Oh, the guy on the right looks dope in that outfit. Love the guy on the right.
That guy is like sexy as F.
He's what?
I said that guy's sexy as fuck.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, he is.
I think I mentioned I scared the crap out of our medical director. On Halloween dressed as Doc.
Oh man.
Yeah, because the red lab coat stands for biohazard.
Oh no. Oh my god, yeah, that would scare the shit out of them. Oh my god. Anyway, Dieter shared this. This has some. This is something with audio. Let's see what this is. This is the last thing.
Okay, you guys have asked for it, and here it is. We're about to start production season 4.
Oh, nice. That was cool. That was cool. Thanks, Dieter, for uploading that. That's awesome. Oh, that's so exciting. I loved like not just seeing the still images. It was so much cooler seeing the video with Harold saying that about season 4. Oh, that's awesome. That's what the fandom needed to be reinvigorated, to throw us a bone while we're waiting. So cool. And I see a renewed enthusiasm because of this. It's awesome. Hey, Laura. All right. So with that, I think we need to wrap up for the night and go get some rest. So thank you guys so much for the awesome conversation. Again, thank you to the awesome chat. Thank you, Panda, a.k.a. Carl and Doc and Scarlet. You're all awesome. And I'm grateful I met each and every one of you and everyone in the chat as well.
Oh, and I want to especially thank Tony Teflon, Taryn Matharu, Mike McMurkin, and Samuel McKelly. Is that how you pronounce it? For contributing theories that I used tonight.
Nice. Awesome. We have so many amazing theorists in this community. Love it. I love hearing everybody's ideas. And thanks, Trace. You're awesome. You're all awesome. I'm just lucky I met every one of you, every single person in this community. So I just feel so fortunate. And my cat is making a bunch of noise to be let out of my room.
It wasn't Samuel, it was David Agile. I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. My brain is glitching. But Samuel's awesome, so that's probably why I was thinking that.
It's just merging.
It's okay. It's okay.
Julie, thank you for making this community. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. This changed my entire life in so many ways. So I'm just grateful for it. I have nothing but gratitude for all of you. And good night, Martin. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, and good night, Kelly. Almost day friends now. Yes, Michael. Because Dieter, I can't even talk anymore. Dieter said night friends, and Michael said almost day friends now. Well, for me it is. It's 6:45 a.m. and the sun has been up for quite a while now. So I'm gonna go out for a walk before I get some rest with Alice. Oh, you're so sweet. You guys are so nice. I love all of you. With Alice said, thank you for all the great content, Doc. Thank you, Julie, Scarlet, Panda, and chat. Good night.
Oh yeah, with Alice contributed too. Thank you.
Oh,
She contributed
did she?
the
Yes.
the Japanese folklore.
Oh, nice. Love it. Love it. Thank you for contributing with Alice. You're a lovely person. We're glad you're part of this community, and each and every one of you, all of you guys. Thank you so much. Love these discussions, and always hate to tear myself away, but we'll have plenty more. Oh, Michael, so you're on the West Coast. Only 3:45 a.m. there. All right. It's daytime over here. So anyway, guys, have a great day or a great night. Doc, I feel were you gonna say something? I feel like I thought I heard something.
Nope, I'm on mute.
Oh, okay. I'm imagining things now. I don't want to cut anybody off who's trying to talk. Anyway,
It
have a
could be me just heavy breathing in the background.
it could have been you. Yeah. Scarlet, you have a live on Sunday or when is your next one? I forget. With Jamie.
Well, I had that midnight midnight Murderbot on Mondays at 11:59 p.m. And then the Librarians new chapter episode 6 will be on Thursday at 11 p.m. EST on Sci-Fi Vision, and we're gonna have an interview with one of the people from the Librarians.
Oh, nice.
Probably sometime in the morning, like at 9:30 in the morning. So it's like I don't know how many people will show up for that one, or maybe we'll get a whole different crowd because it's 9:30 in the morning.
That'll be interesting. Yeah.
But sometimes actors, that's the only time they can do it. Especially if they're filming. So
yeah, if it's got one of the guys on it, and they're of the type that people consider good looking, send me a link so I can send it to my hubby because he watches that show. And
it's definitely the good looking dandy guy. We're probably gonna interview. So let him know.
Nice.
I will send you the link.
Carl, were you gonna? Sorry, you were on mute. Did you have something to say or?
Oh no. Just good night to everybody in the chat. It was a great stream tonight. Thank you, Doc, as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you for all the backup and saving my butt on a few things, especially my brain glitches.
Oh, we all have those.
We've all been there, yeah.
Well, we all have those. Don't worry about it. And good night, SL Rhodes. And good night, Michael. Thank you for all of your ideas, all your contributions. As always, we appreciate it. And have a good day or a good night, everybody. Enjoy your weekend. Keep an eye out for my Duster video, please. If you watch that show or you know someone who does, pass it along. Any help would be much appreciated trying to get that into the algorithm. And we'll see you on the next live. Anyone who watches Duster will be live Monday night. As of now, I'm thinking it'll be close to midnight Eastern time. But stay tuned on that. We might move it a little bit earlier. I'll announce that early in the week. Anyway, enjoy your weekend. Thank you all so much. And we'll see you next time.
This is just for Mackie if he happens to be around.
Yes.
Take it
That's
easy,
for you,
everyone.
Mackie. That's for you, Mackie. Okay, see you next time.
Good night, everyone.
That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't dive